Hello, dreamers. Fairy Dreamland here, your guide to a wonderful and peaceful world. I know you are ready to let go and drift off into a peaceful, relaxing sleep with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe for more captivating stories that will take you to new realms. Oh, and I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this and where are you from? Which story or character would you like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: Apollo, the golden god's triumphs and tragedies. Let's step into the dazzling, sun-soaked world of Apollo, the golden child of Olympus who bursts onto the scene like a melody you can't get out of your head. This isn't just any god. This is the guy who's got the sun on a leash, a lyre that could charm a rock, and a smile so bright it could blind you if you stare too long. But before he's strumming tunes or slinging arrows, Apollo's story starts in a whirlwind of chaos, drama, and a mother who's running for her life. Buckle up, because this origin tale is wilder than a storm on Poseidon's worst day, and it's only the beginning of Apollo's rise. Picture the cosmos in its early days, still buzzing from the titanomachy's aftermath. Zeus, the big man with the lightning bolt, is king of the gods, lounging on his throne like he invented swagger. He's got an eye for trouble, and for titanesses, apparently, because he hooks up with Leto, a gentle, radiant beauty with a knack for picking the wrong guy at the wrong time. Their flings barely started when Hera, Zeus's wife, and the queen of Don't Even Think About It, gets wind of it. Hera's not just mad, she's volcanic. Another one? She screeches, her crown practically sparking with fury. I'll make her regret this. And so begins Leto's cosmic road trip, courtesy of Hera's wrath. Poor Leto's pregnant, waddling across the earth with twins on the way, Apollo and his sister Artemis. And Hera's turned the whole world against her. Land masses tremble, refusing her shelter, because no one wants to cross the goddess of marriage when she's on a rampage. No resting here, mountains roar. Keep moving, rivers hiss. Leto's exhausted, her feet aching, her belly growing, and Hera's cackle echoing like a bad soundtrack. She's a titaness, sure, but she's no match for this level of divine pettiness. Just when it looks like she's doomed to wander forever, a lifeline floats into view. Literally, Delos, a tiny island drifting in the sea, says, "Hey, I'm not scared of Hera. Come crash here." Delos isn't much, just a speck of rock bobbing on the waves. But it's a haven, and Leto collapses there, grateful for solid ground that doesn't hate her. The birth's no picnic, though. Hera's still meddling, delaying the labor out of spite. But Leto's tougher than she looks. After days of struggle, imagine the sweat, the grit, the sheer will. She brings two gods into the world. First comes Artemis, fierce and ready, a huntress from the jump. Then Apollo emerges, and the whole scene lights up. Literally, the sun flares brighter, the air hums with music, and Delos itself seems to glow. He's born radiant, golden-haired, with eyes that sparkle like dawn breaking over the sea. "Hello, world," he might have said, if babies could talk. "I'm here to shine." From day one, Apollo's different. He doesn't cry. He coos, a sound so melodic the birds shut up to listen. He doesn't stumble. He practically dances out of the womb, his tiny hands itching for a bow or a lyre. Leto, still catching her breath, looks at him and knows, this kid's special. He's got Zeus's charm and her grace, wrapped in a package that screams destiny. Hera's still fuming somewhere, probably plotting her next move. But Apollo's arrival flips the script. The island of Delos anchors itself, roots digging into the sea floor, as if saying, I'm staying put for this guy. It's his first miracle, unintentional and effortless, a sign of the power he's packing. Apollo grows fast. Gods don't mess around with childhood. Within days, he's a young man, tall and lean, his hair a cascade of gold that catches every ray of light. He's got a bow slung over one shoulder, a gift from the Cyclopes who forged Zeus's lightning, and a lyre in his hands, strummed with fingers that move like they're born for it. What's my gig? He wonders, testing a chord that makes the waves sigh. The answer comes quick. He's the god of the sun, driving that fiery chariot across the sky. The god of music, spinning melodies that could melt a titan's heart. The god of prophecy, seeing truths mortals can't. And the god of healing, patching up the world when it breaks. It's a lot for one god. But Apollo's not fazed. He's built for it. That charm, though, it's a double-edged sword. He's got a smile that could launch 1,000 ships. Sorry, Helen. He's got dibs on that vibe. A voice that could soothe a storm. And a presence that turns heads from Olympus to the mortal plains. Who wouldn't love me? He muses, strumming another note. The sound rippling through Delos like a warm breeze. The nymphs swoon. The trees lean closer. And even the fish poke their heads up to listen. He's irresistible, a walking spotlight, and he knows it. But there's a flicker of arrogance in that golden glow, a hint that this god, for all his gifts, might trip over his own brilliance one day. Leto watches him, proud but wary. She's been through Hera's grinder, chased and cursed, and she knows the Pantheon's a rough place. Be careful, she warns, her voice soft but firm. You're bright, but brightness draws eyes, good and bad. Apollo just laughs, a sound like sunlight on water. Mom, I've got this, he says, knocking an arrow and firing it into the sky, where it arcs like a comet. He's cocky, sure, but he's got the goods to back it up. Talent, beauty, power, all wrapped in a package that's impossible to ignore. Hera's still out there, no doubt plotting, but Apollo's not sweating it. He's too busy shining. The world starts to notice. Mortals whisper his name. Apollo, the golden one, offering prayers for light, for songs, for healing. The gods on Olympus perk up too, sensing a new player in the game. Zeus grins, proud of his boy. Artemis smirks, ready to hunt beside him. And Hera? She scowls, her grudge simmering. Apollo doesn't care. He's too caught up in his own radiance, strumming his lyre, aiming his bow, soaking in the glow. This is just the start, he thinks. The sun rising higher, as if it's cheering him on. He's right. Delos is only the beginning, a launch pad for a god who's about to light up the cosmos, for better or worse. So, here he stands. Apollo, the golden god, born from chaos and rising like the dawn. He's got the sun, the music, the future in his hands, and a charm that could conquer anything, or so he believes. The stage is set, the lyre's tuned, and his story's just kicking off. From a floating island to the heights of Olympus, Apollo's ready to dazzle, and maybe stumble, his way into legend. The light's on, and it's all his. Apollo's barely stepped out of his golden cradle on Delos, and already the world's buzzing with his name. The sun's brighter, the air's humming with his lyre's echo, and every nymph within earshot is swooning like he's the headliner at a cosmic concert. He's young, well, as young as a god who skips diapers and goes straight to dazzling can be. But he's not wasting time. With a bow over his shoulder and a swagger in his step, Apollo's ready to claim his spot in the pantheon. And what better way to do that than by taking down a monster so nasty it makes Hera's temper look like a mild inconvenience? Enter Python, and buckle up. This is where Apollo goes, from golden boy to full-on legend. The stage is Delphi, a rugged patch of earth nestled in the mountains, where sacred springs bubble and the air feels thick with mystery. It's prime real estate, a hotspot for divine vibes. But there's a catch. Python's got it on a lockdown. This isn't some garden snake. Python's a colossal serpent, born from Gaia herself, with scales like armor, eyes that glow venom green, and a hiss that could curdle nectar. It's been slithering around since the Titan days, guarding Delphi's secrets and spitting prophecies like a fortune teller with a bad attitude. Mortals steer clear, gods give it a wide berth, and Python? It thinks it's untouchable. Big mistake. Apollo hears about this scaly squatter and decides it's time to flex. That's my spot, he declares, knocking an arrow with a grin that says he's got this in the bag. He's not even a week old by mortal standards, but gods don't play by those rules. He's already tall, lean, and radiating that sunlit charm. His bow's a gift from the Cyclopes, forged with the same fire that made Zeus's lightning. And his arrows? They're golden, sharp, and itching to fly. Leto's watching from Delos, probably thinking, slow down, kid. But Apollo's not listening. He's got a monster to slay and a name to make, and he's not about to let a little thing like experience hold him back. He strides toward Delphi, the sun blazing overhead, like it's cheering him on. The ground trembles faintly. Python's already stirring, sensing trouble, but Apollo's unfazed. His lyres slung across his back, his hair catching the light like a halo. And that arrogance? It's dialed up to 11. What's a snake to me? He mutters, twirling an arrow between his fingers. I'm Apollo. Light, music, the works. This'll be over before lunch. The nymphs, trailing him, giggle. The wind carries his tune, and even the rocks seem to lean in for the show. He's cocky, sure, but he's got the goods, or so he thinks. Python coils out of its lair, a shadow slithering across the cliffs, its massive body blotting out the sun for a moment. It's ugly, fangs dripping venom, scales glinting like wet stone, a tail that could crush a temple. The air stinks of sulfur as it hisses, a sound that rattles the trees and sends birds scattering. Who dares? It snarls, voice echoing like a cave-in. Apollo doesn't flinch. He steps right up, bow raised, and flashes that dazzling smile. Me, he says. Simple as that. This place is mine now, so let's make it quick. Python laughs, a guttural rasp, and lunges, jaws wide enough to swallow him whole. The fight's on, and it's no picnic. Python's fast for something so big, striking like a whip, its venom sizzling where it hits the ground. Apollo dodges, quick and graceful, his sandals kicking up dust as he dances around the beast. Nice try, he taunts, letting an arrow fly. It hits Python's flank, golden tip sinking deep, and the serpent roars, thrashing hard enough to crack the cliffs. The nymphs scream, ducking behind trees, but Apollo's in the zone, eyes sharp, movements fluid, every shot a bullseye. He's not just fighting, he's performing, turning this brawl into a spectacle worthy of his name. Python's not going down easy, though. It coils tight, then springs, tail lashing out to crush him. Apollo leaps. Seriously, the guy's got hops, landing on a boulder as the tail smashes it to rubble. You're ruining my view, he yells, firing another arrow straight into Python's eye. The beast howls, venom spraying, and Apollo wrinkles his nose. Gross. You need a bath. He's joking, but his aim's deadly. Arrow after arrow, each one glowing like a streak of sunlight, piercing scales, muscle, bone. Python's slowing, its hisses turning to gasps, but it's still swinging, desperate to take him down with it. The showdown stretches on, sun climbing higher. As Apollo keeps at it, he's sweating now. Golden gods can sweat, apparently, but he's not backing off. This is my turf, he growls, knocking one last arrow. He pulls the string taut, the bow creaking under the strain, and lets it fly. The shot's perfect, straight through Python's throat, pinning it to the rock like a grotesque trophy. The serpent thrashes once, twice, then collapses, its massive body slumping in a heap of scales and slime. The ground shakes one final time, then stills. Silence falls, broken only by the drip of venom and the faint strum of Apollo's lyre as he slings it back over his shoulder. He stands over the corpse, chest heaving, golden hair plastered to his forehead. But that grin's back, wider than ever. Told you, he says, kicking Python's tail for good measure. The nymphs peek out, cheering like he's just won a talent show, and the springs of Delphi bubble, brighter, as if relieved. Apollo wipes his brow, plants his bow in the dirt, and surveys his prize. This'll do, he declares, voice ringing through the mountains. Delphi's mine now. Time to set up shop. The sun flares overhead, a spotlight on his triumph, and the air hums with a new energy. His energy. He doesn't waste time gloating. Well, not too much. Python's carcass is still warm when he starts dreaming bigger. This place needs an oracle, he muses, kicking a rock into the spring. Something to match me. Prophecy, truth, the whole deal. He's not wrong. Delphi's got that sacred spark, and he's the spark to light it. The monster's dead, the claim's staked, and Apollo's already picturing mortals, flocking here, begging for his wisdom. That arrogance shines through. He's not just a slayer, he's a king, and this is his first throne. Leto's probably watching from afar, nodding with a mix of pride and, I told you to be careful. Hera's scowling somewhere, no doubt annoyed that Zeus's kid is stealing the show. But Apollo? He's basking in it, bow in hand, lyre ready, the sun burning brighter, as if it's proud of him too. Python was a test, a hurdle, and he cleared it with style. Bloody, bold, and undeniably his. Delphi's his now, a stepping stone to something greater, and he's just getting started. The golden god's risen, and the world's about to feel his heat. Apollo's riding high after slaying Python, his golden glow practically lighting up the mountains around Delphi. The serpent's corpse is still cooling, the springs are singing his praises, and he's strutting around like he owns the cosmos, which, in his mind, he basically does. The sun's blazing overhead, his lyre's humming a victory tune, and that bow's slung over his shoulder like a badge of honor. He's the god of light, music, prophecy, and healing, a one-man divine band. and he's feeling unstoppable. But even golden gods have their weaknesses, and Apollo's about to trip over one in the form of a nymph named Daphne. Get ready. This chase is about to turn his shine into a bittersweet shadow. It starts innocently enough, or as innocent as anything gets with Apollo. He's lounging near a forest, strumming his lyre, letting the notes drift through the trees like a warm breeze. The nymphs are swooning, as usual, giggling from the bushes. But Apollo's eyes land on someone different. Daphne, a river nymph, with hair like flowing water and a grace that could make the wind jealous, dances into view. She's stunning, free-spirited, her laughter rippling through the leaves as she moves. Apollo's heart, or whatever gods have, instead of hearts, skips a beat. Whoa, he breathes, sitting up straight. She's perfect. And just like that, he's hooked. Now, Apollo's no stranger to charm. He's got a smile that could melt glaciers, a voice that could tame storms, and a track record of making anything with a pulse fall at his feet. I'm Apollo, he thinks, brushing his golden hair back with a smirk. She'll be mine by sundown. He's not wrong to be confident. He's the whole package, after all. But Daphne's not your average nymph. She's sworn off love, devoted to a life of freedom, like Artemis, Apollo's twin sister. Romance? Not her thing. Commitment? Hard pass. She's all about the wild, the woods, the rush of running free. Apollo doesn't know that yet, but he's about to find out the hard way. He approaches her, lyre in hand, ready to woo. Hey, beautiful, he calls, strumming a chord so sweet the birds stop mid-chirp to listen. Ever heard a song from the sun god? Daphne pauses, glancing over with those cool, clear eyes. And for a second, Apollo thinks he's got her. She's polite. Nymphs don't snub gods outright. But she's not impressed. Nice tune, she says, voice light as a stream, but I've got places to be. She turns to go, her bare feet barely touching the ground, and Apollo's jaw drops. Wait, what? He mutters. Did she just brush me off? His ego's tingling, not in a good way, but he's not deterred. If anything, it's a challenge, and Apollo loves a challenge. Here's where it gets messy. Eros, the little winged troublemaker with a bow of his own, decides to stir the pot. Apollo's been bragging lately, maybe a bit too much, about his archery skills after Python. Arrows? You're a kid with a toy. He'd laughed, twirling an arrow. I'm the real shot around here. Big mistake. Eros doesn't take kindly to shade, and he's got arrows that hit harder than words. He knocks two, one tipped with gold to spark love, the other with lead to kill it, and lets them fly. The golden one slams into Apollo, igniting a fire in his chest that burns for Daphne. The lead one? Straight into her, turning her heart to ice where he's concerned. Game on. Apollo's smitten, obsessed, really. He chases after her, his usual grace, amped up to 11, poetry spilling from his lips like a desperate playlist. Your eyes are rivers, your hair's the wind, he calls, dodging trees like he's in some romantic obstacle course. I'll give you the sun, the stars, name it. Daphne's not having it. She bolts, fast as a deer, her laughter gone, replaced by a panicked edge. Leave me alone, she shouts, weaving through the forest with a speed that'd make Artemis proud. Apollo's stunned. She's rejecting him. But that golden arrow's got him too deep. He can't stop. He won't stop. It's love, or at least his version of it. and he's all in. The chase is wild, a blur of gold and green tearing through the woods. Apollo's gaining. She's fast, but he's a god, powered by Eros's mischief and his own stubborn pride. You can't run forever, he yells, half laughing, half pleading, his sandals kicking up moss. Daphne's breath is ragged, her feet pounding the earth. But she's not giving up either. She's a nymph of freedom, and Apollo's pursuit feels like chains closing in. The river's ahead. Her father, Peneus, a river god, and she's got one last card to play. Help me, she cries, arms outstretched as Apollo's fingers brush her hair. I'd rather be anything than his. Peneus hears her, and the world shifts. Just as Apollo is about to grab her, Daphne's skin hardens. Her arms stretch into branches. Her hair sprouts leaves. She's transforming, bark creeping up her legs, roots digging into the soil, until she's a laurel tree, standing tall and still where she stopped. Apollo skids to a halt, hands closing on air, then wood, his golden glow dimming for the first time. No, he whispers, staring at the tree, her shape frozen in its curves. The forest goes quiet, the wind holding its breath, and Apollo's left a hugging bark, literally, his victory snatched away in a heartbeat. He steps back, chest heaving, that golden arrow still burning in his soul. Daphne, he says, voice cracking, not with anger, but something softer, something raw. She's gone, but not really. She's right there, a tree now, her leaves trembling in the breeze. Apollo's arrogance takes a hit, but he's not the type to wallow. He runs a hand along her trunk, his touch gentle for once, and smiles, a sad, crooked thing. Fine, he murmurs. If I can't have you, I'll make you mine another way. He plucks a leaf, twirling it between his fingers, already spinning this loss into something he can claim. The chase is over, and Apollo's standing there, alone with a tree that used to be a nymph. He's still the sun god, still dazzling, but there's a crack in that perfect shine, a lesson he hasn't learned yet, and maybe never will. Eros is probably cackling somewhere, notching another win for chaos. The laurel's leaves rustle, a whisper of Daphne's defiance, and Apollo's eyes narrow, not with defeat, but determination. This isn't the end, he thinks, the sun flaring brighter as he turns away. He's lost her, but he's not lost himself. Not yet. The golden gods got more to prove, and the world's about to see it. The forest is still, the echoes of Apollo's chase fading into the rustle of leaves. Daphne's leaves, now part of a laurel tree rooted where she made her final stand. Apollo stands before it, his golden glow dimmed just a notch, his chest still heaving from the sprint that ended in a twist he didn't see coming. The sun god's hands hover over the bark, fingers brushing the rough surface where Daphne's form vanished, leaving him with nothing but wood and a pang he can't quite name. He's Apollo, radiant, unstoppable, the guy who took down Python without breaking a sweat. But this stings, and not even his charm can smooth it over. But if there's one thing Apollo's good at, it's turning a loss into something he can wear like a crown. Literally, the air's heavy, the silence pressing in, broken only by the faint drip of a nearby stream. Peneus, Daphne's father, probably mourning in his own watery way. Apollo's eyes, usually sparkling with confidence, narrow as he studies the tree. Its branches stretch upward, leaves shimmering silver green in the sunlight. He commands, and there's a beauty to it, a stubborn, defiant beauty that echoes the nymph he couldn't catch. You got away, he mutters, voice low, almost a growl. But you're not gone. That golden arrow Eros shot him with still burns, a love that won't quit, and Apollo's not about to let this end in defeat. Not completely. He steps closer, his sandals crunching on the forest floor, and runs a hand along a branch. The leaves tremble under his touch, as if Daphne's still there, pushing back even now. Fine, he says, a smirk tugging at his lips despite the ache. If I can't have you as a nymph, I'll have you another way. He plucks a handful of leaves, their edges soft but firm, and holds them up to the light. They catch his glow, glinting like tiny mirrors. And Apollo's mind starts spinning. He's the god of music, of poetry, of victory. Why let this slip through his fingers when he can weave it into something eternal? With a flick of his wrist, he twists the leaves together, his fingers moving fast and sure, like he's strumming a lyre. The result's a crown, a wreath of laurel, simple but striking, the green offset by his golden hair as he sets it on his head. There, he declares, stepping back to admire his work. You're mine now, Daphne, in a way no one can take. The sun flares brighter, as if nodding approval, and the forest seems to sigh, accepting this new twist. It's classic Apollo. Heartbreak becomes art. Rejection turns into a symbol, and he's back in control, or at least pretending to be. He adjusts the crown, tilting his head to catch his reflection in a nearby pool. Not bad, he muses, flashing that trademark grin. I look good in defeat. And he does. The laurel sits like it was made for him, a perfect match for his radiant vibe. But there's more to it than vanity. This isn't just a fashion statement. It's a claim, a way to stamp his name on something that slipped away. From now on, he says, voice ringing through the trees, this is the mark of victory. Heroes, poets, winners. They'll wear you, Daphne, and they'll thank me for it. It's bold, it's brash, and it's a little delusional, but that's Apollo in a nutshell. The irony's thick, though. He doesn't see it, or maybe he chooses not to. The laurel's a trophy, sure, but it's also a reminder of failure, of a chase he couldn't win. He's spinning it as triumph, but deep down, that golden arrow's sting lingers. A love locked in wood he can't touch. The nymphs watching from the bushes whisper among themselves, some swooning, others rolling their eyes. He's at it again, one mutters, making everything about him. Apollo doesn't hear or doesn't care. He's too busy basking in his own light, the crown settling into place like it's always been there. Word spreads fast. Mortals start hearing the tale, the sun god's pursuit, the nymph's escape, the tree that rose from it all. Soon, they're weaving laurel wreaths of their own, crowning victors in games, poets in contests, anyone who's earned a taste of glory. Apollo's gift, they call it, offering prayers to the god who turned loss into legacy. He loves it. Every wreath, every cheer, every nod to his name fuels that ego, drowning out the memory of Daphne's rejection. See, he tells himself, strumming his lyre by the river, I didn't lose. I won bigger. Up on Olympus, the gods take notice. Artemis smirks, her huntress eyes glinting. She gets Daphne's choice, even if her brother doesn't. You're hopeless, she probably teases, knocking an arrow of her own. Zeus chuckles, proud of his boy's flair for drama. Hera, still bitter from Leto's days, just scowls. Another mess, she mutters, but even she can't deny the style. Apollo's not fazed by their reactions. He's too busy soaking in the glow, the laurel crown a constant on his head, a piece of Daphne he can keep. It's poetic, tragic, and a little twisted, perfect for a god who lives in the spotlight. The forest around the laurel tree changes too. It's sacred now, a place where mortals tread lightly, leaving offerings at its roots. To Apollo, they whisper, and to Daphne. The leaves rustle in the breeze, a sound like faint laughter, or maybe defiance, and Apollo visits often, leaning against the trunk, strumming tunes that drift through the branches. You're still beautiful, he says, half to her, half to himself. It's not love anymore, not quite, just a quiet ache. He's dressed up in glory. He's turned her into a symbol, but he can't shake the feeling of her slipping away. That arrogance, though, it's still there, shining as bright as his sun. He wears the crown like a king, not a jilted lover, and the world buys it. Heroes wear laurel into battle. Poets crown their brows before reciting, and Apollo's name rings louder than ever. I'm the god of victory, he boasts, the wreath glinting as he drives his chariot across the sky. But every now and then, when the sun dips low and the forest shadows stretch, he glances back at that tree, and the grin falters, just for a second. You got me, he thinks, then shakes it off, the lyre picking up where his thoughts leave off. Delphi's still his, Python's a memory, and now Daphne's a part of him too, not the way he wanted, but the way he made it. The laurel crown's his badge, his brand, a piece of heartbreak he's spun into gold. He's still Apollo, talented, charming, a little too full of himself, and this is just another chapter in his dazzling saga. The sun rises again, the music plays on, and the golden god keeps shining, crown and all, oblivious to the cracks beneath the glow. He's won, in his own way, and the world's none the wiser. Apollo's back in his stride, the laurel crown perched on his golden head, like he was born wearing it. The sting of Daphne's transformation is fading, or at least buried under layers of charm and swagger, and he's ready to remind the world why he's the god everyone's talking about. Delphi's humming with his presence, the python slaying tale still fresh, and that tree in the forest? It's a hit, with mortals weaving wreaths, left and right. But Apollo's not just a one-trick wonder. He's a walking, talking showcase of divine talent, and he's about to dazzle the cosmos with gifts that stretch from the sun to the sick beds. Buckle up, because this golden god's got a lot to give, and he's not shy about it. First up, the sun. Apollo doesn't just glow. He owns the sky. Every morning, he climbs into his chariot, a blazing rig pulled by fiery horses that'd make Poseidon's hippocampi jealous. Time to shine, he says, snapping the reins, and off he goes, streaking across the heavens like a comet with better hair. The world below wakes up. Fields bloom, rivers sparkle, mortals squint and thank him for the light. He's not subtle about it either. The sun's his spotlight, and he drives it with a grin that says, yeah, I'm that good. It's a daily flex, a reminder that he's the god who keeps the dark at bay, and he loves every second of it. Then there's the music. Apollo's lyre isn't just an instrument. It's a weapon of charm, a tool that turns chaos into harmony. He strums it by the rivers, on the cliffs of Delphi, even mid-chariot ride when he's feeling extra. The notes spill out, golden and warm, wrapping around trees, nymphs, mortals, anything with ears. Listen to this, he boasts, fingers dancing over the strings, and the world does. Birds hush, winds slow, and even grumpy old satyrs tap their hooves. He's got a melody for everything. Victory after Python, heartbreak over Daphne. And it's so good, you'd forgive him for singing his own praises, which he does, often. Best musician in the pantheon, he claims. And who's going to argue? Prophecy's next on the list, and Delphi's where it shines. After kicking Python out, Apollo sets up shop, turning the sacred springs into his personal truth-telling hub. The oracle's born, a priestess called the Pythia, perched on a tripod, breathing vapors and spitting riddles that'd twist your brain into knots. What's coming? Kings ask, trembling. What's my fate? Heroes beg. Apollo's behind it all, whispering through the mist, his voice weaving futures no one else can see. I've got the gift, he says, leaning back as the Pythia rambles about doom or glory. It's cryptic, sure. He's not handing out easy answers, but it's power, and he wields it like a maestro with a baton. Healing rounds out the package, and it's a wild twist for a guy with a bow. Those golden arrows, they're not just for slaying, they're for saving too. When plague sweeps the mortal world, fevers raging, villages crumbling, Apollo steps in, cool as ever. Relax, he tells the sick, firing an arrow that doesn't pierce, but purifies. The air clears, the fever breaks, and the grateful build shrines faster than you can say, miracle. He's not all sunshine and songs. He's a fixer, a healer, a god who can mend what's broken. See? He smirks, adjusting his crown. I'm the whole deal. It's a lot. Sun, music, prophecy, healing, and Apollo juggles it like he's born for the spotlight. Which, let's be honest, he is. Mortals adore him. Temples pop up like wildflowers. Hymns fill the air, and every laurel wreath's a nod to his flair. Up on Olympus, the gods can't ignore him either. Artemis hunts by his side, her arrows matching his in a twin tag team. Zeus beams, proud of his multi-talented kid. Even Hera, still sour from Leto's drama, has to admit he's got style. She just won't say it out loud. Apollo's everywhere, his light touching everything, and he's soaking it in. But that arrogance, it's the thread that ties it all together, and sometimes it snags. He's not just talented, he knows he's talented, and he's not afraid to let you know too. Best archer, best musician, best everything, he boasts, strumming a riff that makes the nymphs swoon and the satyrs scowl. It's not enough to shine. He's got to outshine, to be the sun no one can look away from. When he drives that chariot, he doesn't just light the day, he blazes it, daring the clouds to try him. When he heals, he doesn't just cure, he miracles, expecting the applause. It's dazzling, sure, but it's a tightrope, and he's dancing on it with a grin. Delphi's his crown jewel, a testament to all these gifts. The oracle's cryptic words draw pilgrims from every corner, kings with gold, warriors with scars, all begging for a glimpse of tomorrow. Apollo lounges there, lyre in hand, the sun glinting off his crown, soaking in the worship. They need me, he thinks, watching a line of mortals stretch down the mountain. And they do. His light keeps them warm. His music keeps them sane. His prophecies keep them guessing. His healing keeps them alive. He's not just a god. He's a lifeline. And he's built an empire of awe around it. The laurel's still part of him, though, a quiet echo of Daphne in every triumph. He wears it when he drives the sun, when he strums for the gods, when he heals a village. It's victory, yes, but it's also her, a shadow he can't outrun. You're with me, he murmurs sometimes, adjusting the crown, and the leaves rustle like they're answering. He's turned that loss into a win, sure, but it's a win with roots he didn't plant, a reminder that even his gifts come with a catch. He doesn't dwell on it. Apollo's not the dwelling type, but it's there, woven into the golden tapestry of his reign. The world spins on, bathed in his light, ringing with his songs. Mortals sing his name, Apollo, the radiant one, and the gods nod, impressed or annoyed, depending on the day. He's got it all: talent, charm, power, and he's wielding it like a maestro with a symphony. The sun rises, the lyre plays, the oracle speaks, the sick recover, and Apollo stands at the center, crown glinting, smile blazing. I'm the best, he says, and for now it's hard to argue. But that tightrope's still swaying, and the golden god's too caught up in his own shine to see the drop below. Apollo's on top of the world, or at least riding high above it, his sun chariot cutting a golden arc across the sky. Delphi's thriving, the oracles spitting riddles, his lyres enchanting every ear from Olympus to the mortal plains, and that laurel crown's perched like it's glued to his head. He's the god of everything that matters: light, music, prophecy, healing, and he's got the charm to match, a radiance that blinds anyone who gets too close. But here's the catch: that golden glow comes with a shadow, and it's called arrogance. Apollo's about to find out that being the best doesn't mean you're untouchable, and the cost of his pride is steeper than he'd ever admit. It starts with Eros, that winged little pest with a bow and a grudge. Apollo's been strutting around, fresh off his python win and his laurel makeover, and he can't resist a jab. Hey, Eros, he calls, twirling an arrow like it's a toy. You call that archery? I took down a serpent. Your little love darts are child's play. He laughs, the sound echoing off the cliffs, his lyre adding a mocking riff. Eros's cherubic face tightens, his wings twitching. Child's play, huh? He mutters, knocking 2 arrows, 1 gold, 1 lead. Apollo's too busy preening to notice, but he's just lit a fuse, and it's about to blow up in his face. The payback's swift. Daphne's the first hit. That golden arrow slams into Apollo, sparking a love so fierce, he chases her into a tree, and the lead one turns her heart to stone against him. It's a disaster. He spins into the laurel crown, but the sting lingers, a crack in his perfect shine. He brushes off. No big deal, he tells himself, adjusting the wreath. I turned it into a win. But Eros isn't done. Apollo's arrogance opened the door, and it's a lesson he hasn't learned yet. The sun keeps rising, the lyre keeps playing, but that shadow's growing, and it's got claws. Next up is Marsyas, a satyr with a flute and a death wish. Apollo's strumming by a river, the notes so sweet the fish poke their heads up to listen when Marsyas strolls in, puffing away on his pipes. Not bad, he says, smirking, but I'm better. Apollo's eyebrow arches. Someone's challenging him? And that grin turns sharp. Oh, really? He says, setting the lyre down. Let's see it then. It's a dare, a trap, and Marsyas walks right in, too cocky to see the danger. The contest's set: flute versus lyre, mortal versus god. and Apollo's already humming a victory tune. The showdown's a spectacle. Apollo goes first, fingers dancing over the strings, unleashing a melody that wraps the forest in gold. Trees sway, nymphs weep, even the rocks seem to hum along. Beat that, he says, leaning back with a smirk. Marsyas puffs up, pipes to his lips, and plays. Wild, raw, a sound that's earthy and free. It's good, really good. And the crowd murmurs, impressed. Apollo's smile falters for a split second, his pride prickling. Not bad, he admits, then flips his lyre upside down and plays it backward. Notes still perfect, still divine. Your turn, he challenges, and Marsyas fumbles. Flutes don't work that way. The god wins, but he's not done. Penalty time, Apollo declares, eyes glinting with something darker than sunlight. Marsyas laughs, thinking it's a joke, until Apollo's tying him to a tree, his golden arrows swapped for a knife. You challenged me, he says, voice cold and lost. What follows isn't pretty. The satyr's flayed, skin peeled away as he screams. A brutal end to a bold bet. The nymphs gasp. The river turns red, and Apollo wipes his hands, unfazed. Don't mess with the best, he mutters, picking up his lyre like nothing happened. It's a win, sure, but it's ugly. Proof that his arrogance doesn't just sting, it cuts. The oracle at Delphi's another trap he doesn't see. His prophecies are gold. Kings, heroes, peasants flock to hear the Pythia's cryptic words, all channeled through him. But Apollo's not about clarity. He loves the game, the twist, the way mortals squirm trying to decode his riddles. Will I win the war? A king asks. A great empire will fall, the Pythia chants. And Apollo smirks, knowing it could mean anything. The king marches off, confident, only to lose everything. His empire's the one that falls. Not my fault, Apollo shrugs, strumming a tune. They should have listened better. It's power, yes, but it's a double-edged sword, and he's too proud to care who bleeds. That arrogance costs him, with Daphne too. Not just the chase, but the aftermath. He wears her laurel like a badge, but every wreath's a whisper of what he couldn't have. I made you immortal, he tells the tree, but the leaves don't answer. They rustle, cold and distant, a rejection he can't charm away. He's turned it into glory, sure, but it's a hollow win, a love story that ends in bark. Apollo doesn't dwell. He's too busy shining, but it's there, a quiet ache beneath the glow, a price he pays for thinking he's above the rules. Up on Olympus, the gods watch with mixed reactions. Artemis shakes her head. You're a mess, she says, but there's a grin in it. Zeus chuckles, amused by his son's flair, even the dark bits. Hera scowls. He's just like his father, she spits, and she's not wrong. Apollo's too caught up in his own light to notice the whispers, the way some mortals start praying with caution, not just awe. He's still the sun, the music, the healing hand, but he's also the knife, the riddle, the god who doesn't bend. I'm Apollo, he boasts, crown glinting. What's a little blood to me? The world keeps turning, bathed in his gifts, but the cost creeps in. Marsyas's screams echo in the woods. The oracle's victims curse their fates, and Daphne's tree stands silent, a monument to his limits. He's brilliant, unmatched really, but that pride's a weight, pulling him down even as he climbs higher. The sun rises, the lyre sings, the arrows heal or harm, and Apollo dances on, oblivious to the cracks. I'm the best, says, and he is, until he's not. The golden god's shining bright, but the shadow's growing, and it's his own making. The sun climbs high, casting its golden sheen over the world, and Apollo's right where he belongs, riding that chariot across the sky, laurel crown glinting like a star on his brow. Delphi hums with pilgrims, the oracle's cryptic words still twisting fates, his lyre's melodies drifting through forests and mountains, and his arrows healing or harming as the mood strikes. He's the golden god, radiant, talented, a force of nature who's left his mark from Delos to the mortal plains. But the shadow of his arrogance trails him, Daphne's tree, Marsyas's screams, the oracle's riddles, and yet, somehow, Apollo shines on, a paradox of triumph and tragedy that's as eternal as the light he commands. He's lounging by the springs of Delphi now, the python slaying days a distant memory, his bow resting beside him as he strums a tune. The laurel crown sits snug, its leaves catching the sun he drives, a bittersweet badge he's turned into glory. Look at me, he muses, the notes of his lyre rippling through the air like liquid gold. Who else could do this? And he's not wrong. His gifts are unmatched, a symphony of power that keeps the world spinning. The sun burns bright, mortals sing his praises, and even the gods can't deny his flair. But that arrogance, that flaw he can't, or won't, see, weaves through it all, a thread he's too proud to pull. The python victory still echoes, his first big win, a monster felled by golden arrows. Delphi claimed as his own. The oracle's there now, a sacred hub where kings and heroes kneel, begging for a glimpse of tomorrow. Apollo leans back, watching the Pythia chant, her words a tangle of truth and trap. They need me, he thinks, a smirk tugging at his lips. He's the god of prophecy, after all. His voice shapes their fates, even if it's in riddles that send them stumbling. It's a power he wields lightly, almost carelessly, the cost of his pride buried in the ruins of those who misread his words. Daphne's laurel is everywhere, crowning victors, poets, warriors, a symbol he spun from heartbreak into legacy. He passes her tree sometimes, fingers brushing the bark, and there's a flicker in his eyes. Not regret exactly, but something softer, a quiet nod to what could have been. You're immortal now, he whispers, adjusting his own wreath, and the leaves rustle back, silent but present. It's a triumph, sure. He's made her a part of him, but it's a hollow one, a love lost to his own pursuit. He doesn't linger. Apollo's not built for lingering. He strums a chord and moves on, the sun flaring brighter, as if to drown the ache. His music fills the gaps, melodies that soothe the world, from nymphs dancing by rivers to mortals weeping in their huts. The lyre's his soul, a gift that flows as naturally as the light he commands, and he plays it with a grace that's almost unfair. Best in the game, he boasts, and the gods don't argue. Pan tried once, and even he walked away humbled. But Marsyas's fate lingers too, a dark note in the symphony, a reminder that Apollo's charm can turn sharp. The satyr's screams are long gone, the river's washed clean, but the lesson sticks. Cross him, and you'll pay. He doesn't dwell on that either. It's just business, and he's too dazzling to care. Healing keeps him busy. Plagues sweep in, and Apollo sweeps them out. Golden arrows, piercing sickness, like he pierced Python. Villages cheer, shrines rise, and he soaks it in, crown glinting as he works. They love me, he says, and they do when he's saving them. But those arrows flip fast. Eros's prank, Marsyas's end, and the mortals pray with a mix of awe and caution. He's a savior and a storm, a god who gives and takes, and that duality's what makes him Apollo. I'm the whole package, he grins, and the world nods, too caught in his light to look away. Up on Olympus, the pantheon watches him shine. Artemis hunts beside him, her arrows a match for his, their twin bond unbreakable despite his antics. You're a fool, she teases, but there's warmth in it. She gets him, flaws and all. Zeus beams, proud of his radiant son, even when the arrogance mirrors his own. Hera scowls. Too much like you, she snaps at Zeus, but even she can't dim Apollo's glow. The other gods, Poseidon with his waves, Athena with her wisdom, nod or shrug. He's a force, a star they can't ignore, even when he trips over his own pride. The cost of that pride, Daphne's tree, Marsyas's skin, the oracle's traps, doesn't weigh him down. He's too bright, too bold, too Apollo to let it. I'm eternal, he thinks, driving the sun higher, the chariot's flames licking the sky, and he is. His light touches everything. His music lingers. His prophecies shape ages. The laurel's a crown, not a chain. The blood's a footnote, not a stain. He's learned lessons, or maybe he hasn't. But they don't dim him. They sharpen him, fuel him, keep him burning when lesser gods might fade. The world spins on, bathed in his gifts. Mortals crown their heroes with laurel, sing his hymns, seek his oracle, thank his healing hand. Delphi stands tall, a monument to his first triumph. Its springs still bubbling with his presence. The sun rises every day, a promise he keeps without fail, and the lyre's notes drift on the wind, a soundtrack to his reign. He's everywhere, fields glowing, songs echoing, fates twisting, and he's nowhere, untouchable in his golden orbit. This is me, he says, and the cosmos agrees, too dazzled to argue. That arrogance, though, it's still there, a spark that never dies. It drove him to chase Daphne, to flay Marsyas, to taunt Eros, and it drives him now, pushing him past the cracks. I'm the best, he declares, and he's right, mostly. The shadow's part of him, a price he pays but doesn't feel, a weight he carries with a grin. He's not perfect, gods don't need to be, but he's Apollo, and that's enough. The laurel's his, the sun's his, the world's his, and he wears it all like he was born to. The battles fade. Python's a memory, Daphne's a tree, Marsyas a whisper, but the light doesn't. Apollo stands at the center, crown glinting, lyre humming, arrows ready, a god who's both triumph and tragedy, brilliance and blemish. He's eternal, not because he's flawless, but because he's him, a golden paradox who shines through it all. The sun sets, then rises again, and Apollo's there, driving it on, his glow unbroken, his story complete, but never finished. The golden god burns bright, and the world keeps turning in his light. Hades' story. Long before Hades became the feared lord of the underworld, before his name would echo through the hearts of mortals, his story began in the shadows of his father's cruelty. The Titans, children of Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky, ruled the world with an iron grip. They were the primordial gods, ancient beings of immense power, but their rule was not destined to last. Among the Titans, there was one who was destined to bring about their downfall, a king, but a tyrant. Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, ruled with a fearful grasp, trembling at the thought of losing his power. It was prophesied that one of his children would rise up against him, overthrown by the very blood he had fathered. So, in an act of unimaginable cruelty, Cronus made the decision to swallow each of his children whole as soon as they were born, fearing that one would challenge his reign. One by one, his children disappeared into the depths of his stomach, children who would never know the world, never feel the warmth of the sun, or hear the laughter of their kin. Each swallowed child was lost, their potential snuffed out by the cold cruelty of their father. But as the years passed, Cronus's darkest fears proved to be his undoing. In secret, his wife, Rhea, conspired to save one child from this grisly fate. When Rhea gave birth to her youngest son, Zeus, she hid him away in a cave, away from Cronus's watchful eye. She tricked Cronus by wrapping a stone in swaddling clothes and giving it to him, convincing him it was the newborn Zeus. Unknowingly, Cronus swallowed the stone, believing he had completed his grim task. Meanwhile, the real Zeus grew strong, hidden from his father's gaze. As Zeus reached adulthood, he gathered allies, Cyclopes, who forged powerful weapons for him, gods who were eager for change, and most importantly, his brothers Poseidon and Hades, who had not been swallowed but held in secret. Together, they waged a war that would change the fate of the world. For 10 long years, the Titans and the Olympian gods fought in a conflict that shook the heavens and earth. The great forces clashed, and it was only with the aid of the mighty weapons forged by the Cyclopes, Zeus's thunderbolt, Poseidon's trident, and Hades' helm of invisibility, that the Olympians managed to turn the tide. With the defeat of the Titans, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades stood victorious, their enemies imprisoned in the deep, dark pit of Tartarus. The three brothers now faced a monumental decision: to divide the newly liberated world between them. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, the eldest, claimed the realm of the dead, the underworld. It was here, in the shadowy depths of the earth, that Hades would begin his reign, alone in his dark kingdom, far from the reach of the living gods of Olympus. Yet as he took control of this forsaken domain, Hades felt the weight of isolation bearing down on him. Though he held dominion over the dead, his role in the divine world was not as prominent as his brothers. He was not part of the Olympian pantheon, rarely interacting with the other gods. His kingdom was one of shadows, and his name was seldom spoken, except in whispers of fear. To mortals, Hades was a figure of mystery and dread. His domain, the underworld, was a place no one could escape, where the souls of the dead were judged, their fates determined for eternity. But even in this cold, dark realm, Hades would find his own path. In the silence of his new kingdom, he would slowly begin to forge his destiny, learning that with great power came great solitude, and that the underworld, his home, would be a place where he would rule, just as he had always been destined to do. But Hades, like the earth itself, was not simply a place of punishment. The underworld was a kingdom that needed tending, a realm of life and death, of beginnings and ends. And in the quiet moments of his rule, Hades would come to understand that his reign was not just one of darkness and judgment, but of balance between the living and the dead, between what is lost and what is eternal. And thus began the reign of Hades, lord of the underworld, a ruler of fate and justice, whose story would unfold in the shadows of the world, hidden from the eyes of the living gods. Hades' reign over the underworld began in silence. The world above continued to flourish, basking in the light of Zeus's kingdom and Poseidon's rule over the seas, while Hades sat alone in his dark, vast realm beneath the earth. His new domain was like nothing the world had seen before, a cold, unyielding place where the souls of the dead would travel, their fates sealed by their actions during their mortal lives. The underworld was not a place of active cruelty, as many had feared, nor was it merely a tomb for the souls of the departed. It was a complex kingdom, filled with intricate systems and forces that Hades had to oversee. The souls that passed into the underworld did not simply wander aimlessly. They were judged. They faced a court that decided their fate, either to wander the fields of asphodel, an eternal plain of peace for those who had lived neutral lives, to reside in Elysium, a paradise reserved for the good and the heroic, or to be cast into the deepest, most terrifying depths of Tartarus, where they would suffer for their sins. Hades, unlike his brothers, was not concerned with ruling the world of the living. His concern lay in maintaining balance in the world of the dead. He ruled the spirits that came to him, ensuring that the souls of the deceased went to their appointed resting places. His kingdom was one of eternal order and regulation, a world where nothing could be hidden, where every soul was accounted for, and where even the mightiest of kings could not escape the judgment of the gods. In the beginning, Hades found peace in his solitude. His palace, built deep within the underworld, was grand, adorned with riches mined from the earth, gold, silver, and precious gems. The quiet sounds of the souls passing through his domain, the ripple of the river Styx, and the low growl of Cerberus, the three-headed dog guarding the gates of his kingdom, were the only company he had. Yet, despite his control over the dead, Hades soon realized that this peace came at a price. His isolation from the other gods was palpable. He rarely left his domain, never joining the banquets of Olympus, never sharing in the laughter or the joys of the living world. Even though Hades held dominion over a realm that was feared by all, he was not as widely respected or acknowledged as his brothers. Zeus ruled over the heavens, while Poseidon commanded the seas, both being associated with the life-giving aspects of the world. Hades, on the other hand, ruled the place where life ended, a necessary but uncomfortable realm. This distance from Olympus and the living gods left Hades feeling forgotten, his presence only invoked in the darkest of moments. Yet Hades knew his role was not one of evil or malevolence. He was the keeper of balance. His task was to ensure the flow of souls remained uninterrupted, that justice was served, and that no soul could escape its fate. But the more he ruled, the more he began to understand the complexities of death and the power it held. The dead were not mere shadows to be dismissed or ignored. They were souls with stories, with histories that shaped who they were. Some souls found peace in their afterlife, while others carried the weight of their mortal deeds with them, seeking redemption, suffering eternal punishment, or remaining forgotten by all but Hades himself. Over time, Hades came to recognize the responsibility he held. It was not just about managing the souls. It was about preserving the integrity of the cycle of life and death. The underworld was as much a part of the world as the heavens and the seas. Without the underworld, the world of the living would fall into chaos. He knew that, in his own way, he was vital to the balance of the world. Yet still, a part of him longed for more. He had a power unlike any other, but he had no place in the world above. He was neither a god of light nor a god of the sea, but a god of shadows. One day, while walking through his silent, endless halls, Hades pondered the complexities of his role. He looked upon the souls that passed through his kingdom, some sorrowful, some at peace, but all bound to him by fate. He felt the weight of eternity bearing down upon him. For all his power, Hades was still alone. His kingdom, though vast, was empty. There were no companions to share his reign. His throne was one of isolation, and the weight of his responsibilities, though crucial, made him more of a guardian than a ruler in the eyes of others. As he walked through the endless corridors of his palace, past the silent souls, Hades began to wonder, could he ever find a companion in this dark, endless kingdom? Was there more to his reign than just maintaining order? Could he ever escape his solitude, or would he remain in the underworld, watching over the dead, forever disconnected from the world of the living gods? As the centuries passed in the underworld, Hades' loneliness grew heavier, like the very shadows that enveloped his kingdom. Though he ruled over the spirits of the dead with authority, no mortal or god dared to visit him in his cold, silent domain. His existence was one of eternal isolation, and the weight of it had begun to gnaw at him. His brothers, Zeus and Poseidon, were celebrated and surrounded by the warmth of life, the laughter of the living, and the glory of their realms. Hades, on the other hand, watched from the shadows, his only company the restless souls of the dead. Yet, despite his solitude, Hades did not wish for fame or power. He had no desire to take his place among the other Olympians, nor did he want to partake in their revelries. What Hades desired most, though he could not admit it even to himself, was a companion, someone to share his long, solitary reign with, someone who could see the depth of his responsibility and perhaps even understand the burdens of his crown. One quiet evening, as the river Styx flowed endlessly and the souls of the dead wandered aimlessly through the underworld, Hades stood upon the balcony of his grand palace. Below him, the halls of the underworld stretched endlessly into darkness. Far off, he could hear the cries of those suffering in Tartarus, the quiet whispers of souls awaiting judgment, and the mournful howls of Cerberus guarding the gates. But the silence was always the same. It was a silence that felt as if it would consume him if it continued forever. It was then, on this quiet evening, that a thought struck Hades like a bolt of lightning, a thought so foreign to his mind that it took him by surprise. What if there were someone who could bring light to this darkness? What if, in the midst of his reign over the dead, there was a soul that would not merely be a passing shadow? And then, as if the underworld itself was listening, the answer came in the form of a vision, an image of a woman, radiant as the dawn, walking through a meadow of flowers, untouched by the darkness of the underworld. Her presence was a stark contrast to the dreariness of Hades' domain. It was a vision so powerful, so vivid, that it felt like a calling. He could not name her, but her image lingered in his mind like a dream that refused to fade. This vision stirred something within him, a desire, one he had long suppressed. Hades knew the souls of the dead were his domain. But what if he could take one of those souls, not to punish or torment, but to keep by his side? The thought of it filled him with a strange hope, but also a deep sense of uncertainty. Could he truly bring someone into his dark world without it corrupting the fragile balance of his realm? Days turned into weeks, and the image of the woman, the vision of light amidst shadows, haunted his every thought. Hades found himself increasingly drawn to the idea of companionship, to the possibility of sharing his eternal reign with another, someone who could help him carry the burden of the underworld. But where would he find such a soul? And could he bring her to his realm without condemning her to the same isolation he had suffered for so long? Hades' yearning became unbearable. For the first time in his immortal existence, he felt a profound sense of longing. He had ruled the underworld with fairness and justice, but was it enough? Was it enough to rule alone? To never share the weight of his throne with anyone? It was then that the voice of the fates echoed in his mind. The threads of destiny are woven for all beings, mortal and divine. Perhaps your fate, Lord Hades, is yet to be written. The fates, the weavers of destiny, had always spoken in riddles, yet this time Hades understood the meaning of their words. There was a part of his destiny yet to be revealed, a companion, perhaps, whose thread was intertwined with his own. Hades did not know who this companion would be or how he would find her, but for the first time he felt the stirring of something beyond his solitary existence. He had long been the ruler of death, but now he yearned for life. He yearned for someone who could see him for more than just the god of the underworld. It was in this moment that Hades made a choice. He would seek her out, the one who could bring light to his dark domain. He would bring her to the underworld, not as a prisoner, but as a queen, a companion, and a ruler by his side. Hades' thoughts were consumed by the image of the woman who had visited him in his dreams, the vision of light amidst the shadows. Each day, as he walked the endless halls of his palace, overseeing the judgment of souls and the intricate workings of the underworld, the idea of finding her lingered. The yearning to find the one who could bring meaning to his kingdom of solitude began to grow stronger, more urgent. Yet he did not know who she was, where to find her, or if such a soul even existed. The weight of uncertainty pressed heavily on his heart. One day, while standing at the edge of his palace, overlooking the endless expanse of the underworld, Hades felt a strange sensation ripple through the air. It was a feeling that had never crossed his mind before, a pull, a beckoning force from the world above. His attention was drawn to the surface, to the realm of the living, where the sun shone brightly and the world thrived in warmth and life. He had spent countless ages apart from the living gods, detached from their joys and their struggles. But now, he felt as if the fabric of his existence was beginning to unravel, as if answering his silent call. The earth trembled for a brief moment. The ground cracked open, and from the depths of the earth, a beautiful flower bloomed. It was a flower unlike any Hades had ever seen, a single, radiant bloom, its petals pure, white, and delicate, shimmering as though bathed in the light of the sun. He watched, intrigued, as a figure approached the flower, unaware of the god who watched from afar. The figure was a woman, a young goddess, with golden hair that glistened like the sunlight. She moved with grace, each step light as air, as though she were dancing in the meadows. Her presence was like the dawn, dispelling the darkness around her. Her name was Persephone, the daughter of Demeter, goddess of agriculture and the harvest. She had come to pluck the flower, captivated by its beauty, not knowing that it was a flower meant for her. As Persephone bent down to reach for the bloom, the earth beneath her feet trembled violently. Before she could understand what was happening, the ground split open wide, and Hades emerged from the shadows, his eyes locked upon her with an intensity that made the world seem to stand still. With one swift movement, Hades reached out and took her into his grasp, pulling her down into the underworld, where no mortal could follow and no god could intervene. Persephone struggled, her cries echoing in the silence of the cavern as Hades dragged her deeper into the earth. Her pleas were of no use. She had been taken against her will, trapped in the cold, dark realm of the dead, far from her mother, Demeter, and the world she had known. In the underworld, Persephone was forced into an unfamiliar life, one where the warmth of the sun was replaced by the chill of death. Hades, despite his power and authority, could not help but feel the pangs of guilt and remorse. He had taken Persephone against her will, and now she was his prisoner. Yet, as he gazed upon her, he realized that there was something more, something deep within him that stirred. It was not just the desire for companionship that had driven him to this moment. It was something deeper, something he could not name. Hades tried to justify his actions. He had longed for someone to share the weight of the underworld with. He had desired someone who could understand the burden of his throne, someone who could see beyond his role as the god of the dead. But now, with Persephone in his presence, he realized that he had been too blinded by his own loneliness to truly understand what it meant to care for another. Persephone, too, was struggling. She could not comprehend why she had been taken, why the earth itself had turned against her. The underworld was cold, dark, and foreign. The faces of the souls who roamed the halls were unfamiliar, and the silence of the realm was deafening. She longed for the warmth of her mother, for the springtime fields where the sun touched the earth and the flowers bloomed with life. As the days passed, Hades tried to make Persephone's stay more bearable. He offered her comfort and fine clothing, and he even allowed her to roam his palace. Yet, despite his attempts, Persephone could not find peace. The loss of her life above ground was too great a weight for her to bear. Hades, too, could see this. He could see the sorrow in her eyes and the sadness in the way she moved. He had brought her to the underworld to be a companion, yet he had only caused her pain. In the quiet moments, as they sat together in his grand palace, Hades found himself lost in thought. He had longed for a companion, but he had failed to realize the depth of what that truly meant. To have someone beside him, to share his throne, required more than just the desire for company. It required trust, respect, and love. A love that had to be earned, not forced. And so, Hades made a decision. He would not force Persephone to remain in his kingdom against her will. He would give her a choice. But before she could leave, there was one thing he had to do. He had to offer her something that would bind her to him, something that would ensure she would return to him, for no mortal or god could leave the underworld once they had tasted its fruits. Hades offered Persephone a single pomegranate seed, the fruit of the dead. As she ate it, Hades knew that she would never be fully free. Persephone would be bound to the underworld for eternity, but she would also have the power to return to the living world for part of the year. This compromise, this balance between the worlds of the living and the dead, was the beginning of something new, something neither Hades nor Persephone could fully understand. In that moment, Hades realized that he had not just found a companion, he had found someone who could understand the weight of his throne, someone who could help him bear the burden of the underworld. But as Persephone consumed the seed, Hades knew that their story was far from over. The underworld, for all its darkness, had now become a place of new beginnings. And as Persephone looked into Hades' eyes, she too began to understand that her fate, like his, was now forever tied to the realms of life and death. After Persephone had consumed the pomegranate seed, the world seemed to shift, as if the very fabric of the underworld had responded to the union between the two of them. The pale light of the underworld seemed just a little less cold, and the silence that pervaded the kingdom felt less oppressive. Hades stood by, watching her closely, sensing that something had changed, though he could not yet name it. Persephone looked at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of confusion, sorrow, and something else that was slowly beginning to take shape: curiosity. Her life had been irrevocably altered. The world she knew was now behind her, swallowed by the darkness of the underworld. Yet there was something about this place that intrigued her. It was not the coldness or the loneliness, but the sense of inevitability that hung in the air. Every soul that passed through the underworld came with its own story, its own history. Perhaps, in time, she would understand the role Hades played in all of it. As the days passed, Persephone began to explore her new home. At first, it was all too overwhelming. The palace that seemed to stretch on forever, the halls lined with shadows, the souls wandering aimlessly in their own little worlds. The underworld was not like the world above, where everything was vibrant and filled with life. The underworld was still, silent, and yet brimming with stories that had yet to be told. It was a place of endings and beginnings, a place where the cycle of life and death turned endlessly, and Persephone found herself drawn to it in ways she did not expect. Hades, in turn, watched her closely, though he kept his distance. He had once ruled alone, his only companions, the souls who passed through his kingdom, and the occasional whisper of those who defied death. But now, with Persephone in his realm, he was forced to reckon with something he had never truly faced before: change. The stillness of the underworld had been disturbed by her presence, and though he had brought her here for his own reasons, he found himself hoping she might find a place in this dark kingdom, a place where she could help him rule, not just as a companion, but as a partner. However, their relationship was far from perfect. Persephone longed for her mother, Demeter, who had been left behind on the surface. She missed the warmth of the sun, the golden fields that stretched for miles, and the familiar, comforting rhythm of the changing seasons. Hades could sense her sorrow, but he did not know how to ease it. His realm was not a place where warmth existed, not in the way Persephone remembered. He could offer her jewels, riches, and power, but none of those things could replace the love and life she had once known. In an attempt to bridge the distance between them, Hades began to show Persephone more of the underworld, its wonders, its complexities. He took her to the fields of asphodel, where the souls of those who had lived quiet, uneventful lives wandered aimlessly. They walked among the spirits, observing them as they passed by, their eyes empty of expression. Persephone was struck by the sadness of it all. These were souls who had lived, had been part of the living world, yet now they were stuck in an endless cycle of nothingness. The silence that surrounded them was oppressive, and she could feel the weight of their eternal stagnation. It made her appreciate her former life, the vibrant world where things grew, where there was constant change, and where the seasons shifted in a never-ending dance of life. Hades, noticing her reaction, offered no words of comfort. Instead, he simply walked beside her, allowing her to take in the scene. He had long grown accustomed to the underworld's stillness, but seeing Persephone's discomfort reminded him that life in the underworld was far from perfect. He had once known only this realm, dark, cold, and predictable. But Persephone had introduced him to something new. For the first time, he was aware of the absence of warmth, the absence of life that had once seemed insignificant to him. As they continued their journey, Hades took Persephone deeper into the realm, to the Isles of the Blessed, where the greatest of heroes resided. Here, the souls of the legendary figures, such as Achilles and Odysseus, rested in peace. Hades shared stories of these heroes, recounting their triumphs and tragedies. Persephone listened intently, drawn to the idea that even in death, these figures were remembered, their stories immortalized by those who followed. While Persephone was intrigued by these stories, she could not shake the sadness she felt. She wanted to return to her mother, to bring the warmth back to the underworld, to see the world bathed in the light of spring once more. And so, she began to speak to Hades, asking him why she was here, why she had been taken against her will. Hades, for the first time, looked deeply into Persephone's eyes, and the truth of his own feelings began to surface. He could not give her what she wanted. He could not bring her back to the world above. But he could offer her something else, something no one else could. He could offer her a kingdom of her own, a place in the underworld where she would rule by his side. It was a tempting offer, one that could change the very nature of their relationship. It was not an offer of freedom, but it was an offer of power, respect, and influence, a chance to shape the realm of the dead, to have a hand in its order. Persephone, though torn, began to understand the weight of Hades' offer. She had been taken from the world she knew, but perhaps she could find a new purpose here. By his side, she could not return to the surface forever, but she could shape the underworld in her own image, could use her influence to bring balance between the living and the dead. She was the daughter of Demeter, after all, a goddess of life, of the harvest, of growth. Perhaps in this dark realm, she could bring something new, something that would not just benefit Hades, but also herself. And so, after much thought, Persephone accepted Hades' offer. She would remain in the underworld, not as a prisoner, but as his queen, his partner, in ruling the dead. Together, They would rule the underworld in a new era where life and death were inextricably linked. Story: Zeus, powerful god or bad husband? Let's dive into the wild, messy, and downright insane origin story of Zeus, the guy who'd one day rule the heavens with a lightning bolt in one hand and a questionable moral compass in the other. Buckle up, because this tale starts with a family so dysfunctional it makes your last Thanksgiving look like a Hallmark movie. Picture this: the universe is young, chaotic, and ruled by the Titans, massive, godlike beings who think they're the hottest thing since primordial soup. At the top of this cosmic food chain sits Kronos, a titan with a paranoia problem and a parenting style that's, well, let's call it unconventional. Cronus had heard a prophecy, those pesky little predictions that always ruin a good party, that one of his kids would grow up, flex their muscles, and kick him off his throne. And Cronus? He wasn't about to let that happen. His solution: swallow every single one of his newborn children whole. Yeah, you heard that right. No cribs, no lullabies, just a one-way trip down Daddy's gullet. Now, enter Rhea, Cronus's wife, and the mother of these unfortunate snacks. Rhea's a titan herself, fierce and powerful, but even she has her limits. She's popping out babies left and right. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, and each time, Cronus grabs them like they're sliders at a buffet and gulps them down without so much as a burp. Rhea's probably thinking, I didn't sign up for this. I wanted a family, not a disappearing act. By the time she's pregnant with her sixth kid, she's had enough. She's not just mad, she's done. And that sixth kid? That's our boy, Zeus. Rhea decides it's time to get crafty. She's not about to let another bundle of joy become a titan-sized appetizer. So, when Zeus is born, she pulls off the ultimate mom move. She hides him away in a cave on the island of Crete, far from Cronus's greedy paws. But here's the kicker. Cronus isn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed, and Rhea knows it. She wraps a rock in baby blankets, yep, a literal boulder, and hands it over to her husband with a straight face. Here's your new kid, honey, she probably says, biting back a smirk. Cronus, too busy being paranoid to notice the lack of crying or, a pulse, swallows the rock whole. Cue the laugh track, because this guy just ate a stone and called it parenting. Meanwhile, little Zeus is chilling in that cave, safe and sound, surrounded by nymphs and a magical goat named Amalthea. This goat's no ordinary barnyard animal. She's basically the VIP nanny of the gods, feeding Zeus with milk that's probably laced with divine energy. The nymphs sing him lullabies. The cave echoes with their giggles. And Zeus grows up strong, scrappy, and ready to stir up some serious trouble. He's got no idea yet that his siblings are currently marinating in Cronus's stomach. But don't worry, that family reunion's coming soon. Years pass, and Zeus transforms from a cave-dwelling baby into a full-blown powerhouse. He's tall, broad-shouldered, with a spark in his eyes that screams, I'm about to wreck someone's day. And that someone, his dear old dad. See, Zeus isn't just some random kid with a chip on his shoulder. He's got destiny on speed dial. That prophecy Cronus was so scared of, it's about to come knocking, and Zeus is the delivery guy. But before we get to the epic showdown, let's take a moment to appreciate the absurdity of this setup. Cronus, the big bad titan, thinks he's outsmarted fate by turning his stomach into a prison. Rhea, the unsung hero, pulls off a switcheroo so brilliant it deserves its own award. And Zeus, he's growing up with a goat for a babysitter, blissfully unaware that he's the punchline to the universe's darkest joke. Imagine the dinner table conversations if this family ever sat down together. Hey, Dad, remember that time you ate me? Pass the mashed potatoes. Back in the cave, Zeus starts piecing things together. Maybe the nymphs spill the beans, or maybe Amalthea gives him a knowing bleat. But he learns the truth. His siblings are trapped. His dad's a monster. And his mom's counting on him to fix this mess. He's not just some kid anymore. He's a walking, talking rebellion, waiting to happen. And trust me, when Zeus rebels, he doesn't mess around. So, what's his first move? He doesn't storm in with fists flying. Not yet. Zeus is smarter than that. He heads back to the Titan stronghold, probably with a swagger in his step and a plan in his head. He's got no lightning bolts yet. Those come later. But he's armed with something even better. A little divine ingenuity. He teams up with Rhea again. Because if anyone knows how to mess with Cronus, it's her. Together, they cook up a scheme that's equal parts disgusting and brilliant. Rhea slips Cronus a drink. Some say it's a potion, others call it a godly laxative. But let's just say it's the kind of concoction you don't want to taste test. The ingredients? A splash of river Styx water, a pinch of mischief, and a whole lot of payback. Cronus, still clueless, downs it like it's happy hour at the Titan bar. And then, then, the magic happens. His stomach starts rumbling, his face goes green, and suddenly, he's hurling up everything he's ever swallowed. Out come Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon one by one, like the world's most messed up vending machine. They're dazed, confused, and probably a little slimy, but they're alive. And that rock? It pops out too, probably with a smug little thud, as if to say, "Told you I wasn't a baby." The siblings blink at the light, then at each other, and finally at Zeus, who's standing there like, "Hey guys, miss me?" It's a reunion no one saw coming, least of all Cronus, who's now doubled over, realizing he's been played like a fiddle. Rhea's probably in the background, sipping her own drink and thinking, "That's my boy." The stage is set, the family's back together, and Cronus's days on the throne are officially numbered. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. That's where the next chapter picks up. For now, just picture this. Zeus, the kid who started life as a fugitive in a cave, has just pulled off the ultimate prank on the most powerful Titan alive. He's not king yet, but you can feel it in the air. Something big is brewing. Cronus thought he could cheat fate by eating his problems away, but all he did was give Zeus the perfect origin story. A rock, a goat, a cave, and a mom with a plan. Sometimes that's all it takes to kick off a legend. So, what do you think? Was Cronus the worst dad in history? Or did he just have a really bad stomachache? Stick around, because Zeus's tale is just getting started. And trust me, it only gets wilder from here. So, Zeus just pulled off the ultimate family rescue mission, springing his siblings from Cronus's gut like a cosmic jack-in-the-box. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon are free. The rock's rolling around somewhere, and Cronus is clutching his stomach, probably regretting that mystery drink Rhea slipped him. You'd think this would be the part where everyone hugs it out. cracks open a bottle of nectar, and calls it a day. Right? Wrong. This is Greek mythology, folks. Happy endings are optional, and revenge is mandatory. Zeus isn't here to play nice. He's here to take the throne, and he's bringing the whole gang along for the ride. Let's set the scene. The universe is still a Titan playground, with Cronus and his oversized buddies ruling the roost. These Titans aren't just big, they're massive, like walking mountains, with attitudes to match. Cronus, despite his recent digestive disaster, isn't about to step down quietly. He's got his Titan posse, guys like Oceanus, Hyperion, and Iapetus, ready to back him up. They've been running the show since the dawn of time, and they're not thrilled about some scrappy cave kid and his slimy siblings crashing their party. Meanwhile, Zeus and his crew are sizing each other up, figuring out how to turn a ragtag family reunion into a full-blown revolution. Zeus steps up as the leader, naturally, because who else is going to call the shots? He's got that spark, that charisma that says, "Follow me, I've got a plan." His siblings, fresh out of Cronus's stomach, are a mixed bag. Hestia's probably just happy to see daylight again. Demeter's eyeing the nearest patch of dirt to grow something. Hera's already side-eyeing Zeus, like she knows he's trouble. Hades is brooding in a corner, and Poseidon's itching to make waves. Literally. They're not exactly a polished team yet, but they've got one thing in common. They're done with Cronus. 10 years in a Titan tummy will do that to you. But taking on the Titans isn't a walk in the park. Cronus and his crew have raw power, experience, and a home field advantage. Zeus knows he needs more than a family grudge to win this. He needs allies, weapons, and a strategy that's less charge and screaming, and more, let's not die in the first 5 minutes. So, he gets to work, proving he's not just a pretty face with a knack for pranks. First stop, the Cyclopes and the Hecaton Kairos. These guys are the outcasts of the Titan family tree, locked away in Tartarus by Cronus because, frankly, they're terrifying. The Cyclopes are one-eyed blacksmiths, built like tanks and obsessed with forging stuff. The Hecaton Kairos, they've got 50 heads and 100 arms each, which sounds like a nightmare at a buffet but a dream on a battlefield. Zeus strolls into Tartarus, probably with a casual, "Hey guys, miss me?" and offers them a deal. "Help me take down Cronus, and you're free." No more dank prison vibes, just sunshine and a chance to stretch those 100 arms. They're in faster than you can say family therapy. The Cyclopes don't just join the team, they bring gifts. They forge Zeus his signature lightning bolts, crackling with raw energy that could fry a Titan to a crisp. For Poseidon, they craft a trident that can shake the seas. And for Hades, a helm of darkness that makes him the ultimate sneak. It's like Christmas morning, but with weapons of mass destruction instead of socks. Armed and dangerous, Zeus's squad is starting to look less like a dysfunctional family and more like a divine SWAT team. Now, the war kicks off, and oh boy, does it kick off hard. They call it the titanomachy, a 10-year brawl that makes your average bar fight look like a pillow war. The skies roar with thunder, the earth splits open, and the seas churn like a blender on overdrive. Zeus is hurling lightning bolts left and right, turning titans into crispy toast. Poseidon's stabbing anything that moves with his trident, while Hades slips around in the shadows, probably muttering, "I hate sunlight, but I hate Cronus more." The hecaton Kyries are the real MVPs, though. Imagine 100 fists punching at once, 50 heads yelling trash talk. It's chaos, it's glorious, and it's loud enough to wake the dead. Spoiler, it doesn't, but Hades probably wishes it did. Cronus isn't going down without a fight. He's swinging his scythe, the same one he used to overthrow his own dad, Uranus, like a farmer gone rogue. The Titans are throwing mountains, literally picking up chunks of the earth and hurling them at Zeus's crew. Oceanus floods the battlefield, Hyperion's blasting solar flares, and Iapetus is just being a general pain in the neck. It's a cosmic slugfest, and for a while, it's anyone's game. 10 years is a long time to slug it out. Imagine the blisters, the sore muscles, the endless, "Are we there yet?" from Poseidon. But Zeus has something the Titans don't: grit, guts, and a knack for turning the tables. He rallies his team, dodging Titan-sized haymakers and keeping the morale up. Hera is probably rolling her eyes every time he flirts with victory, but she's in it to win it. The Cyclopes keep the weapons coming, hammering out lightning bolts like it's an assembly line. And those hecaton Kyries? They're the secret weapon, overwhelming the Titans with sheer, multi-armed madness. Slowly but surely, the tide turns. By year 10, Cronus is on the ropes. Zeus lands a thunderbolt right in his chest. Boom! And the old man staggers. The Titans, seeing their boss go down, start to falter. One by one, they're subdued, bound, and dragged off the field. Cronus, battered and bruised, gets the VIP treatment, a one-way ticket to Tartarus, the same pit he'd locked his enemies in. Poetic justice, right? Zeus stands over the battlefield, lightning bolt in hand, hair probably windswept and dramatic as the dust settles. The Titans are done. The throne is his. The siblings catch their breath, looking around at the wreckage. Mountains are flattened, rivers are rerouted, and the air smells like ozone and regret. Zeus turns to his crew and says something cheesy like, "We did it, fam." Hestia's already planning a hearth to warm things up. Demeter's dreaming of crops. Hera's plotting how to keep Zeus in line. Hades is itching for some alone time. And Poseidon's ready to surf. They've won. But now comes the hard part: splitting the spoils. Zeus, being the big shot, claims the sky. Because who doesn't want to rule from a cloud with a killer view? Poseidon takes the sea, ready to make waves and scare fishermen. Hades, ever the grump, gets the underworld, muttering, "Fine, I'll take the dead people." Hera, Hestia, and Demeter stick around as key players, but the pecking order's clear. Zeus is king. He's got the throne, the lightning, and a swagger that says, "I just beat the unbeatable." Oh, and that's how Zeus went from cave kid to cosmic conqueror. 10 years of war, a few clever tricks, and a lot of family drama later. He's sitting pretty on Mount Olympus. But don't get too comfy. This is Zeus we're talking about. The guy's got a habit of stirring up trouble. And trust me, the throne's just the beginning. What's next? Oh, just a little thing called ruling the universe, and maybe breaking a few hearts along the way. So, what do you think? Was Zeus a genius for pulling this off, or just lucky he had the right siblings? Drop your thoughts below, because this story's far from over, and it's about to get wild. The titanomachy's over, the dust has settled, and Zeus is standing tall, lightning bolt in hand, looking like he just won the cosmic Super Bowl. Cronus and his Titan buddies are locked away in Tartarus, probably grumbling about how they didn't see that one coming. The universe is a blank slate, and Zeus, he's ready to paint it with his own brand of chaos. I mean, leadership. Welcome to the reign of the king of the gods, folks. Spoiler alert, it's not all sunshine and rainbows up on Mount Olympus. First things first, Zeus has to divvy up the spoils of war with his siblings. After 10 years of fighting side by side, you'd think they'd all get a fair shake, right? Well, not quite. Zeus, with that big brother energy turned up to 11, calls dibs on the sky. I'll take the heavens, he says, probably twirling his lightning bolt like a rock star with a microphone. Best view, best vibes, and I get to throw thunder when I'm grumpy. Poseidon, always the water guy, snags the sea, grinning like he's about to invent surfing. Hades, still sulking from a decade in Cronus' stomach, gets stuck with the underworld. Great, he mutters, kicking a rock. I get the dead people and the creepy caves. Thanks, Zeus. Hera, Demeter, and Hestia don't get whole realms. But they're not sidelined either. Hera's already eyeing Zeus like she's planning to keep him on a short leash. Good luck with that, sister. Demeter's dreaming of fields and harvests, and Hestia's just happy to have a cozy hearth to tend. It's a done deal. Zeus is king of the gods, perched on a golden throne atop Mount Olympus, the highest peak in Greece, where the air's crisp. The clouds are fluffy, and the Wi-Fi signal's divine. He's got the power, the prestige, and a weapon that could barbecue a titan in seconds. What could go wrong? Well, let's start with the job description. Being king of the gods isn't just about looking cool and smiting the occasional troublemaker. Zeus is now the guy in charge of keeping the universe ticking. Weather, justice, fate, you name it. He's got his lightning bolts, sure, but he's also got a reputation to build. The mortals down below start whispering his name, building altars, offering sacrifices. Zeus, Lord of the sky, they chant, tossing goats and wine into the fire. He's the big man upstairs, the one they pray to when storms roll in or crops need rain. And Zeus, he loves it. The ego boost is real. Up on Olympus, he sets up shop. Picture a palace made of marble and gold, shimmering in the sunlight, with columns so tall they disappear into the clouds. The throne room's the centerpiece. Zeus's seat is massive, studded with gems, and probably has a built-in cup holder for his nectar. The other gods get their own spots, but it's clear who's running the show. He's got a staff too, eagles soaring around as his personal hype crew, and a golden scepter that screams, I'm in charge. It's a good gig, and for a while, Zeus plays the part perfectly. Thunder rumbles when he's mad, rain falls when he's feeling generous, and the world spins on like clockwork. But here's the thing about power. It's a slippery slope, and Zeus is about to trip right down it. He's king now, sure, but he's still the same guy who grew up in a cave, outsmarted his dad, and led a rebellion. That restless energy doesn't just vanish, it festers. And with a throne under his belt and the whole world at his feet, Zeus starts to get, let's call it, distracted. The guy's got a wandering eye, and it's not long before he's peering over the edge of Olympus, scoping out the mortals below. He probably thinks, twirling that lightning bolt again. Ruling the universe is great, but have you seen the talent down there? Enter Hera, stage left. She's not just Zeus's sister, she's his wife now too, because apparently, keeping it in the family was the Olympian way. Hera's the goddess of marriage, and women gorgeous and regal, with a crown that says Queen and a glare that says, Don't test me. She's the perfect match for Zeus, at least on paper, strong, smart, and ready to rule by his side. The wedding's a big deal. Gods from every corner show up. The nectar flows like a river, and the party lasts for days. For a hot minute, it's all bliss. Zeus and Hera, king and queen, the power couple of the cosmos. But Hera's no fool. She's got Zeus pegged from day one, and she knows that throne isn't going to keep him grounded for long. It doesn't take a prophet to see where this is headed. Zeus is powerful, sure, but he's also got a knack for stirring the pot, and not just with lightning. The guy's a walking paradox. He's the god of justice, but his personal life's about to become a courtroom drama. He's supposed to uphold order, but chaos follows him like a shadow. And Hera? She's stuck playing the loyal wife to a husband who's already mentally RSVPing to every pretty face he spots. The honeymoon phase barely lasts before Zeus starts sneaking off, leaving Hera to wonder if King of the Gods comes with a side of King of Excuses. Down on Earth, the mortals keep the worship coming. They build temples, carve statues, tell stories of Zeus's might, the guy who toppled titans and saved his siblings. He's a hero, a legend, a force of nature. But up on Olympus, the vibe's shifting. Hera's polishing her crown with one hand and sharpening her claws with the other. The other gods, Poseidon, Hades, the rest, start placing bets on how long it'll take for Zeus to mess this up. Spoiler, not long at all. See, Zeus isn't content with just ruling the sky. He's got an itch, a restlessness that no throne can scratch. The power's intoxicating, but it's the freedom that hooks him, the ability to do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, with whoever he wants. And that's where the trouble starts brewing. He's not just king of the gods, he's king of bad decisions, and the universe is about to find out just how bad those decisions can get. For now, though, he's still riding high. The lightning bolts are charged, the throne's comfy, and Olympus is buzzing with divine energy. Zeus is the guy everyone looks to, the enforcer, the protector, the one who keeps the cosmic gears turning. But beneath the swagger and the storms, there's a crack forming. Hera's watching. The gods are whispering, and the mortals are praying. Zeus has the power, no doubt about it. But power's a double-edged sword, and he's about to find out how sharp the other side can be. So, here's the million drachma question. Is Zeus the ultimate ruler? Or is he just a guy with a fancy chair and a knack for trouble? He's got the strength to topple titans, the smarts to outwit Cronus, and the charisma to lead a pantheon. But kings don't rule alone, and Zeus's reign is about to get a lot messier than he bargained for. Stick around, because the next chapter's where things get juicy. And trust me, Hera's not going to be happy about it. What do you think? Is Zeus the king we all wish we could be? Or is he already showing cracks in that golden crown? Drop your thoughts below. I want to hear what you make of this thunder-throwing troublemaker. Zeus is king now, perched on his golden throne, atop Mount Olympus, lightning bolt in hand, soaking in the adoration of gods and mortals alike. The skies are his playground. The universe is humming along, and Hera's by his side, polishing her queenly crown while keeping one suspicious eye on her husband. For a minute, it looks like Zeus might actually settle into this whole responsible ruler gig. But come on, this is Zeus we're talking about. The guy who outsmarted Cronus, led a 10-year war, and climbed to the top of the divine ladder isn't about to sit still. Nope, he's got an itch, and it's not the kind you scratch with a scepter. Down on Earth, life's buzzing along. Mortals are farming, fishing, and tossing offerings into the fire, chanting Zeus's name like he's the rock star of the ancient world. Up on Olympus, Hera's running the show as goddess of marriage, keeping the divine household in check. But Zeus? He's bored. Ruling the heavens is great, sure, but the view from the clouds isn't just storms and sunsets. It's a front row seat to every beautiful face wandering the mortal realm. And one day, his wandering eye lands on Europa, a Phoenician princess with looks that could launch 1,000 myths. Game over, folks. The king of the gods is officially distracted. Now, Zeus could just swoop down as himself, tall, majestic, lightning crackling around him, and sweep Europa off her feet. But where's the fun in that? This guy's got a flair for the dramatic and a playbook full of disguises. So, what does he do? He transforms into a bull. Not just any bull, mind you, a dazzling white one, with muscles rippling under its hide and eyes that practically scream, "Hey girl, hop on." It's the kind of bull that makes you go, huh, that's weirdly attractive for livestock. Zeus, master of subtlety he's not, parks himself in a field near where Europa's hanging out with her friends, picking flowers and enjoying a perfectly normal day. Europa, being a curious soul, spots this pristine bull grazing like it's auditioning for a pastoral painting. She wanders over, because who wouldn't? It's not every day you see a cow that looks like it just stepped out of a divine spa. The bull, aka Zeus, plays it cool, nuzzling the grass, letting her get close. He's gentle, tame, practically batting his eyelashes at her. Europa, charmed out of her sandals, pats his head, maybe even giggles a little. Then, in a move smoother than a mortal pickup line, Zeus kneels down, inviting her to climb aboard. Oh, what a nice bull, she probably thinks, swinging a leg over his back. Big mistake, princess. The second she's settled, Zeus bolts. Pun intended. He charges straight for the sea, hooves pounding, Europa clinging on for dear life, probably screaming, "Wait, what's happening?" Her friends are back on shore, jaws dropped, watching this bull-turned kidnapper splash into the waves. Zeus doesn't stop. He swims, cutting through the water like an Olympian champ all the way to Crete. Europa's hair's a mess. Her dress is soaked, and she's got no idea she's just been snagged by the king of the gods. Meanwhile, up on Olympus, Hera's sipping her morning nectar, blissfully unaware that her husband's latest field trip is about to blow up their marriage. They hit Crete, and Zeus finally drops the act. The bull morphs back into his godly self, tall, radiant, probably flexing a little to show off. "Surprise," he says, or something equally smug. "I'm Zeus, king of everything, and you're my new favorite." Europa's stunned, maybe flattered, definitely overwhelmed. She's a princess, sure, but this is next level. Zeus, ever the charmer, doesn't waste time. They hit it off. Let's keep it family friendly and say they spend some quality time together. And the result? Kids. 3 of them, actually. Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Sarpedon, future big shots in their own right. Europa gets a consolation prize, too. She's left on Crete, eventually becoming its queen, while Zeus zips back to Olympus, like nothing happened. Back home, Hera's radar finally pings. Maybe it's the eagle messengers whispering gossip, or maybe she just feels the vibe shift. But she finds out. And when Hera finds out, it's not pretty. She doesn't storm down to Crete herself yet, but you can bet she's pacing the throne room, muttering, "A bull? A bull? What's next? A goat?" Her eyes are daggers, her temper's simmering, and Zeus strolls in, whistling, acting like he's been busy managing thunderstorms all day. "Hey, honey," he probably says, dodging her glare. "How's my favorite queen?" Hera's not buying it. She's got a mental list of his shenanigans, and Bull Guy just got added in bold. This isn't a one-off either. Europa's the first big splash in a pool of Zeus's escapades, and Hera's starting to see the pattern. He's not just king of the gods, he's king of wandering off, and she's stuck holding the bag. The mortals might worship him, the gods might fear him, but Hera, she's the one who has to live with him. And let's be real, finding out your husband turned into farm animals to flirt with princesses isn't exactly a marriage counselor's dream scenario. Down on Earth, Europa's story spreads. Mortals start telling tales of the white bull, the princess, and the god who couldn't keep it in his toga. Crete becomes a hotspot, tied forever to Zeus's little adventure. Up on Olympus, the other gods are watching the drama unfold like it's the best soap opera in town. Poseidon's laughing into his trident. Hades is smirking from the underworld. And Demeter's probably just glad it's not her problem. Zeus, meanwhile, shrugs it off. "What's the big deal?" he says, lounging on his throne. "I'm king. I get to have fun." Hera's response? A look that could melt marble. This is where Zeus's reign takes a turn. He's still the guy who beat the Titans, still the thunder-wielding ruler of the sky. But now, he's got a reputation brewing, one that's less hero and more headache. The power's still there, the lightning still crackles, but the cracks in his marriage are starting to show. Hera's not divorcing him yet, but she's not rolling over either. She's the goddess of marriage, after all, and she's not about to let Zeus turn their vows into a cosmic punchline. For now, Europa's settled into her new life, raising her godly kids and ruling Crete like a champ. Zeus is back on Olympus, dodging Hera's wrath with the finesse of a guy who's had practice. The universe keeps spinning, the mortals keep praying, and the throne stays warm. But this little bull stunt, it's just the beginning. Zeus has tasted freedom, and he likes it. A lot. Hera's watching, the gods are gossiping, and the stage is set for more chaos. So, what's the verdict? Is Zeus a genius for pulling off the bull trick, or a jerk for leaving Hera to clean up the mess? He's still king, still powerful, but that wandering eye's about to make his life a lot more complicated. Stick around, because next up, we've got swans, scandals, and a whole lot more Hera-fueled fury. Drop your thoughts below. Did Europa deserve better? Or is Zeus just too charming to resist? Zeus is back on his throne, lightning bolt polished, ego intact, acting like the whole Europable fiasco was just a fun little weekend getaway. Hera's still fuming, her glare sharp enough to cut through clouds. But she's playing the long game, biding her time, keeping tabs, and probably plotting something epic. The mortals are still singing Zeus's praises, temples popping up like fast food joints, and Olympus is humming with divine business as usual. But Zeus? He's not done stirring the pot. If anything, that little Crete adventure only whet his appetite for more mischief. Enter Leda, stage right, and a swan that's about to take this soap opera to a whole new level of weird. Down in Sparta, Leda's living her best life. She's a queen, married to King Tyndareus, and she's got that regal glow. Beautiful, poised, the kind of woman who turns heads without even trying. Zeus, lounging on Olympus, catches sight of her one day while he's supposed to be, I don't know, managing the weather or something kingly. Whoa, he probably mutters, leaning over the edge of a cloud. She's a keeper. Hera's off somewhere, maybe scolding a nymph or inspecting the latest batch of nectar. So Zeus figures he's got a window. And what does he do with that window? He doesn't just climb through it, he swan dives right in. Now, you'd think after the bull stunt, Zeus might go for something straightforward, like, say, showing up as himself and charming Leda with a bouquet of lightning bolts. But no, this guy's allergic to normal. He decides to transform into a swan. A swan. Picture it. A majestic white bird, gliding across a lake, feathers ruffled just so, looking like it escaped from a fairy tale. It's ridiculous, it's over the top, and it's classic Zeus. He flaps his way down to Sparta, lands near Leda, and starts playing the part. Graceful, mysterious, maybe even throwing in a little wing wiggle for effect. Leda's out by the water, minding her own business. When she spots this swan, it's not your average bird. This one's got presence, like it's auditioning for a lead role in a nature documentary. She's intrigued. Maybe she's a bird watcher. Maybe she's just bored. But she gets closer. Zeus, in swan mode, pulls out all the stops. He swims in circles, fluffs his feathers, locks those beady eyes on her like, "Hey, lady, I'm not just any swan. I'm the swan." Leda's hooked. She reaches out, maybe coos at him a little, and that's when Zeus makes his move. Let's keep it PG and say they hit it off in a way that only a god and a mortal can. No details needed. Just know it's weird, it's wild, and it's about to complicate everything. The aftermath? Eggs. Yep, eggs. Leda ends up laying 2 of them, which is a plot twist even for a Greek mythology. Out of those eggs, hatch 4 kids. Helen, yes, that Helen, the face that'll launch 1,000 ships. Clytemnestra, and the twins, Castor and Pollux. Are they all Zeus's? Are some Tyndareus's? Who knows? Mythology's fuzzy on the paternity test, but Zeus is definitely in the mix. Leda's left holding the eggs, then the kids, while Tyndareus scratches his head, probably wondering why his wife's suddenly partbird. Down in Sparta, the gossip mill's churning. Did you hear about the queen? And that swan? What's next? A duck? Back on Olympus, Hera gets wind of this, and oh boy, does she lose it. She's already got bull husband on her bingo card, and now she's adding swan guy to the list. She storms into the throne room, hands on hips, voice like a thunderclap. A swan. Zeus? A swan. What's wrong with you? Zeus, lounging with that trademark smirk, just shrugs. What? It worked, didn't it? Hera's not having it. She's the goddess of marriage, stuck with a husband who's turning their vows into a cosmic comedy sketch. Her temper's a volcano, and Zeus is dancing on the edge of the crater. This swan scandal isn't just a one-night stand. It's a domino that's about to topple a whole lot more. Helen, one of Leda's egg kids, grows up to be drop-dead gorgeous. The kind of beauty that starts wars. Spoiler, it does. Castor and Pollux become legends in their own right, and Clytemnestra, she's got her own drama brewing down the line. Zeus's little feathered fling doesn't just mess with Leda's life, it ripples out, setting the stage for some of mythology's biggest hits. But up on Olympus, the real fireworks are between Zeus and Hera. Hera's not just mad, she's done. She's been patient through the Europa mess, gritting her teeth while Zeus played bull riding bandit. But this swan nonsense is the last straw. She doesn't zap him yet, but you can bet she's fantasizing about it. Maybe she's pacing the palace, muttering, I should have married Poseidon. At least he sticks to fish. Zeus, oblivious as ever, keeps ruling the sky like nothing's wrong, tossing thunderbolts and flirting with clouds. The other gods are eating popcorn, watching this unfold. Poseidon's cracking up. Hades is smirking from the underworld. And Demeter's just glad her name's not in the tabloids. For Leda, life goes on. She raises her egg-born brood, deals with the whispers, and probably never looks at swans the same way again. Tyndareus sticks around, either too loyal or too confused to bail. Down on earth, mortals start weaving the tale into their stories. Another chapter in the saga of Zeus, the god who can't keep it together. Up above, the king of the gods is riding high. But the cracks are widening. Hera's not divorcing him. Divorce isn't really a thing on Olympus, but she's building a grudge that could sink a ship or start a war, or both. Zeus, for his part, doesn't see the problem. He's king, he's powerful, and in his mind, a little swan-side romance is just part of the gig. I bring the thunder, he probably boasts, and the charm. Hera's glare says otherwise. She's not just his wife, she's his equal, and she's not about to let him turn their marriage into a punchline without a fight. The throne room's tense, the air's electric, and the gods are picking sides, or at least placing bets. This is Zeus in his prime, unstoppable, untouchable, and utterly incapable of keeping it in check. He's still the guy who beat the Titans, still the ruler of the sky, but now he's got a trail of chaos following him. Europa, Leda, and a growing list of Hera's grievances. The mortals worship him. The gods fear him. But Hera? She's the one who knows him best. And she's not impressed. The swan stunt's just another feather in his cap, and another thorn in her side. So, where does this leave us? Zeus is king, no question, but his reign's starting to look less like a triumph and more like a tightrope walk. Hera's watching, Leda's reeling, and the universe is waiting for the next shoe or wing to drop. Stick around, because this drama's far from over. Next up, we're diving into Hera's breaking point. And trust me, it's going to be a storm worth watching. What do you think? Is Zeus a hopeless romantic? Or just hopeless? Should Leda have run from that swan? Or was she doomed the second he flapped her way? Drop your thoughts below. I want to hear your take on this feathered fiasco. Zeus is lounging on his golden throne, lightning bolt resting across his lap like a prized trophy, a smug grin plastered on his face. He's just flapped back from his swan escapade with Leda, leaving a trail of eggs, drama, and a very confused queen in Sparta. Down on earth, mortals are still tossing offerings his way, chanting his name like he's the MVP of the cosmos. Up on Olympus, though, the vibe's a little different. Hera's pacing the marble floors, her crown glinting under the torchlight, her patience worn thinner than a mortal's thread of fate. The king of the gods might be untouchable to titans and storms, but Hera, she's ready to make him sweat, and not in a good way. Let's rewind a bit. Hera's been through it. She signed up to be queen of the gods, not babysitter to a husband who can't keep his feathers or hooves to himself. First, there was Europa, the princess whisked away by Zeus the bull, leaving Hera to grit her teeth and pretend it didn't happen. Now, Leda and the swan stunt have pushed her over the edge. She's the goddess of marriage, for crying out loud. Her whole gig is about loyalty, commitment, and keeping the divine family intact. And here's Zeus, turning their sacred union into a cosmic comedy roast. If Olympus had a coffee shop, Hera'd be sitting there with a latte, muttering, I deserve better than this. Picture the scene. Hera storms into the throne room, her robes swirling like a tempest, her voice sharp enough to slice through Zeus's bravado. A swan, Zeus. A swan. What's next? Seducing someone as a squirrel. Zeus, ever the charmer, leans back with that, what, me? Shrug. Come on, Hera. It's not a big deal. I'm king. I've got to keep things interesting. Hera's not buying it. Her eyes narrow, her fists clench, and you can practically hear the gears turning in her head. She's not just mad, she's done. Done with the excuses, done with the disguises, done with playing the loyal wife, while Zeus gallivants around like a frat boy with a toga and a credit card. But here's the kicker. Divorce isn't really an option on Olympus. These gods don't have lawyers or prenups. They're eternal, bound by cosmic rules that mortals can't even fathom. Hera can't just storm out, slam the door, and move to Poseidon's beach house. She's stuck with Zeus, for better or worse. And lately, it's been a whole lot of worse. So what's a goddess to do? She can't leave him, but she can sure make his life a living Tartarus. And trust me, Hera's got a knack for payback that'd make any mortal ex jealous. Let's tally it up. Zeus has been king for a while now, ruling the skies with thunder and swagger. But his personal life? It's a dumpster fire with wings. Europa's raising his kids on Crete. Leda's got a brood from those eggs. And Hera's keeping a mental scorecard of every fling, every disguise, every time Zeus thought he could outsmart her. She's not powerless. She's a goddess, fierce and cunning, with a temper that could shake the heavens. But she's also trapped in this marriage, tied to a guy who thinks faithfulness is just a suggestion. If she had a diary, it'd be full of entries like, Day 472, Zeus turned into a bird again. I need a vacation. The other gods are watching this meltdown like it's prime time entertainment. Poseidon's leaning on his trident, chuckling, Better you than me, Hera. Hades, down in the underworld, is probably muttering, This is why I stay single. Demeter's keeping her head down, tending her crops, while Hestia's just trying to keep the hearth warm amid the chaos. They all know Zeus is a loose cannon, but Hera's the one stuck in the blast zone. And the mortals? They're oblivious, still praying to Zeus for rain and protection, unaware that his wife's one step away from turning Olympus into a war zone. Hera's not the type to sit quietly, though. She starts plotting, subtle at first, but with a bite. She's not zapping Zeus directly. That'd be too easy. Instead, she turns her wrath on his flings and their kids. Because if she can't punish him, she'll make sure his little adventures come with a price. Europa's safe for now, ruling Crete. But Leda? Hera's got her eye on Sparta. And those kids, Helen, Castor, Pollux, Clytemnestra, they're on her radar too. Hera's not cruel for no reason. She's a goddess scorned, and scorned goddesses don't mess around. Zeus might be king, but Hera's about to remind him who's queen. Meanwhile, Zeus keeps doing his thing, blissfully, unaware, or maybe just unbothered, that Hera's fuse is lit. He's hurling thunderbolts, flirting with nymphs, and acting like the universe revolves around him. Which, technically, it does, but that's beside the point. He's got the power, the throne, the lightning, and a track record of dodging consequences like a pro. Hera'll get over it, he probably thinks, sipping nectar and watching the clouds. Spoiler, she won't. She's not the get over it type. She's the get even type. And Zeus is about to find out the hard way. So, should Hera divorce him? If this were a mortal marriage, she'd have kicked him to the curb, faster than you can say titanomachy. She's got every reason: infidelity, lies, and a husband who'd rather be a swan than a spouse. But up on Olympus, it's complicated. Leaving Zeus means upending the divine order, shaking the foundations of their rule. Hera's not just his wife, she's his partner in power, the yin to his yang, the one who balances his chaos with her steel. Without her, Zeus might spiral even further, and the universe doesn't need a king with no brakes. Plus, Hera's proud. She's not about to let some mortal fling steal her crown. Instead, she stays and fights. She fights with glares that could melt gold, with schemes that hit Zeus where it hurts, with a resolve that says, "You're not getting rid of me that easy." It's not a perfect marriage, far from it, but it's theirs. And Hera's determined to make it work, even if it means turning Zeus's life into a cosmic game of whack-a-mole. He'll flirt, she'll fume, and the cycle will spin on, because that's just how they roll. For now, the throne room's a battlefield of tension. Zeus is smirking, Hera's seething, and the air crackles with more than just lightning. The mortals keep worshipping, the gods keep gossiping, and the king and queen of Olympus keep dancing this messy, eternal tango. Zeus is still the guy who beat Cronus, still the ruler of the sky, but Hera's the one keeping him in check, or trying to. The question lingers, is this marriage worth saving, or is Hera just delaying the inevitable? So, what's your take? Should Hera cut her losses and ditch Zeus, or is she better off sticking it out and making him pay? She's got the power, the pride, and a husband who's pushing every button she's got. Drop your thoughts below, because next up, we're wrapping this wild ride, and I want to know where you stand on this Olympian mess. Here we are, folks, the grand finale of Zeus's wild ride, from cave kid to king of the gods, with a pit stop at every scandal along the way. Mount Olympus is still standing, barely, with Zeus sprawled on his golden throne, lightning bolt in one hand, a cup of nectar in the other, and that trademark smirk plastered across his face. Hera's nearby, her crown gleaming, her glare sharper than ever, probably plotting her next move in this eternal game of cosmic chess. The skies rumble, the mortals pray, and the gods gossip, because Zeus, he's the gift that keeps on giving, whether you want it or not. Let's recap this roller coaster. Zeus started as the ultimate underdog, hidden in a cave while his dad, Cronus, snacked on his siblings like they were divine popcorn. With a rock, a goat, and a crafty mom named Rhea. He pulled off the greatest family reunion ever, barfing his brothers and sisters out of Cronus's gut. Then came the titanomachy, a 10-year slugfest that left the Titans locked in Tartarus and Zeus crowned king of the sky. He split the cosmos with Poseidon and Hades, took Hera as his queen, and settled into a reign that should have been all power and glory. Should have being the key word here, because Zeus couldn't just rule. He had to romp. The guy turned into a bull to kidnap Europa, leaving her with a crown and a couple of kids on Crete. Then he flapped into Leda's life as a swan, resulting in eggs, Helen, and a whole lot of Spartan confusion. Hera's been along for the ride, dodging heartbreak like it's a full-time job. Her patience stretched thinner than a mortal's lifeline. She's the goddess of marriage, stuck with a husband who treats fidelity like an optional side quest. And yet, she stays, fuming, scheming, but still queen, because Hera doesn't quit. She's not divorcing Zeus, but she's making sure he feels every sting of her wrath. So, who is Zeus really? He's the guy who beat the odds, toppled titans, and claimed the heavens with a thunderbolt and a dream. He's the king mortals pray to when storms brew, the god who keeps the universe spinning, or at least pretends to. But he's also the husband who'd rather chase princesses than face Hera's lectures, the ruler who can't resist a good disguise, the legend who's as flawed as he is mighty. Zeus is power personified, charisma in a toga, and a walking, talking mess of contradictions. Love him or hate him, you can't ignore him. Up on Olympus, the vibe's a mix of awe and eye rolls. Poseidon's still chuckling into his trident, probably glad he's got the sea to escape the drama. Hades is brooding in the underworld, muttering, "This is why I don't visit." Demeter's tending her fields, Hestia's keeping the hearth warm, and the younger gods, like Athena and Apollo, are watching their dad with a mix of admiration and oh, not again. Hera's the real wild card, though. She's not just Zeus's wife. She's his mirror, his match, his nemesis. She keeps him grounded, even if it's with a leash made of fury and sarcasm. Without her, Zeus might have spiraled into a lightning-flinging free-for-all, and the universe would be a lot messier than it already is. Down on Earth, the mortals see a different Zeus. He's the hero of their stories, the thunder god who saved the day, the ruler who demands their goats and their gratitude. They don't see the swan feathers in his closet or the bull tracks he's left behind. They see the lightning, the power, the myth, Europa's ruling Crete, Leda's raising her egg kids, and the ripples of Zeus's antics are spreading, setting the stage for wars, heroes, and more tales to come. He's not just a god, he's a force, a spark that lights up the ancient world, for better or worse. But let's be real, Zeus's reign isn't perfect. He's got the throne, the title, and the toys. But he's also got a wife who's one step from turning his lightning bolts into confetti. His flings, Europa, Leda, and a dozen others we haven't even touched, aren't just footnotes. They're fireworks that keep exploding in Hera's face. He's charming, sure, but he's also a headache, a heartbreaker, a guy who can't say no to a pretty face or a wild idea. Is he a villain? Not quite. A hero. Sometimes. Mostly. He's Zeus. Unstoppable, unpredictable, and unapologetic. Hera's still standing by him. Not because she's weak, but because she's Hera. She's the queen who matches his thunder with her own fire. The one who'll never let him off the hook. Their marriage isn't a fairy tale, it's a battlefield, a partnership, a clash of titans in its own right. She could have walked away, maybe, in some alternate myth, but she stays because Hera doesn't lose. She fights, she endures, and she makes sure Zeus knows who's really holding the reins. Divorce? Nah, she'd rather rule beside him and ruin his day than let him win solo. So, where does that leave us? Zeus, king of the gods, master of the skies, and poster boy for with great power comes great irresponsibility. He's the guy who saved his siblings, crushed his enemies, and built a legacy that echoes through time. But he's also the husband who'd make any marriage counselor throw up their hands, the ruler who trades stability for scandal. Hera's his rock and his wrecking ball. Together, they're the ultimate power couple, flaws and all, ruling Olympus with a mix of might and mayhem. Now, it's your turn. What do you make of this thunder-throwing troublemaker? Is Zeus the ultimate king, a guy who earned his crown through grit and glory, or a jerk who doesn't deserve Hera's patience? Maybe your team Hera, fierce, loyal, and fed up with her husband's nonsense. Or maybe Poseidon's your pick, chilling in the sea while Zeus and Hera duke it out. Could be Hades, ruling the underworld with no drama, or even someone like Athena, born from Zeus's head and smarter than the lot of them. Who's your favorite god in this crazy pantheon, and why? Drop your thoughts below. I want to hear it all. This is Zeus's story. Rags to riches, cave to crown, hero to hot mess. He's not perfect, but he's unforgettable. Hera's not going anywhere. The mortals aren't stopping their prayers, and Olympus isn't falling anytime soon. Love him, hate him, laugh at him. Zeus is here to stay, lightning and all. So, let's debate. Who's the real MVP of this myth? Hit that comment section and let's get the sparks flying. Because if Zeus taught us anything, it's that a little chaos makes for a heck of a story. Thanks for sticking with me through this wild ride. From Cronus' stomach to Hera's wrath, we've covered it all. Now, tell me, who's your Olympian champ and why? Let's keep the conversation going. Story, Ares, the brutal god of war. Let's crash into the blood-soaked, bone-crunching world of Ares, the god who doesn't just walk onto the scene. He smashes through it like a battering ram through a flimsy gate. Olympus is all golden glow and divine drama. But Ares, he's the thunderclap in the middle of the party. The guy who shows up with a spear in one hand, a snarl on his lips, and a vibe that screams chaos. Born to Zeus and Hera, he's no delicate flower of the pantheon. He's a storm of muscle, rage, and a grin that promises someone's about to bleed. This is the god of war, not the shiny, heroic kind, but the brutal, messy kind, and he's here to make sure you don't forget it. It all starts with a bang, literally. Up on Mount Olympus, Zeus is ruling the skies, lightning bolt in hand, his beard crackling with authority. Hera's by his side, crown gleaming, her eyes sharp enough to cut through any nonsense. They're the ultimate power couple, thunder and scorn, a match made in divine dysfunction. And their union spits out Ares like a cannonball through a storm. The moment he's born, the heavens rumble, the ground shakes, and Hera probably smirks, thinking, this one's mine. Zeus just nods, maybe a little wary, because this kid's not like the others. There's no lyre, no wisdom, just a howl that could wake the Titans from Tartarus. Ares doesn't ease into godhood. He explodes into it. Picture him, a towering figure, even as a newborn god, his skin tough as leather, his eyes glinting red like the first spill of battlefield blood. He doesn't coo or giggle. He roars, a sound that sends nymphs scurrying and makes the clouds flinch. What's this? Zeus mutters, peering down at the bundle of fury in Hera's arms. War, she says, simple and proud, cradling him like he's her secret weapon. And she's right. Ares is war, raw and unfiltered, the kind that doesn't care about treaties or tears, just the clash, the chaos, the crimson rush. He grows fast. Gods don't mess around with toddler years. One minute, he's a snarling infant. The next, he's a hulking figure, armor clanking as he stomps through Olympus, a spear already gripped tight. This is my game, he growls, voice like gravel under a boot. And he means it. War's not a duty for him. It's a thrill, a pulse, the only thing that makes his divine blood pump. The other gods, Apollo with his lyre, Athena with her owl, look at him sideways, their noses wrinkling like he's tracked mud into their pristine halls. Savage, they whisper, but Ares doesn't blink. Call me what you want, he snaps, hefting his spear. I'm the one you'll need when the swords come out. Olympus isn't ready for him. Not really. Zeus rules with thunder and charm, Hera with schemes and stares. But Ares, he's a wrecking ball, all brawn and bravado, no finesse. He doesn't sit at the banquet table, strumming tunes or sipping nectar. He's pacing the edges, slamming his spear against his shield, just to hear the clang, grinning when it rattles the golden floors. What's the point of peace, he mutters, kicking a cloud out of his way. Give me a fight any day. The nymphs scatter, the muses sigh, and even the winds seem to dodge him. He's a storm in a toga, and he loves it that way. His parents are a mixed bag. Zeus tolerates him, barely, because let's face it, the king of the gods has a soft spot for chaos when it suits him. He's got my fire, Zeus might grumble, watching Ares spar with a thunderbolt he borrowed. But there's a wariness there. Ares isn't the obedient type, and Zeus knows a loose cannon when he sees one. Hera, though? She's all in. My boy, she calls him, her voice a mix of pride and steel, the only one who doesn't flinch when he roars. She's the goddess of marriage, sure, but she's also a queen who thrives on power, and Ares is her muscle, her edge, her wild card in a game of divine chess. The other gods aren't so thrilled. Apollo's too busy dazzling with his sun chariot. Artemis is off hunting, and Poseidon's got his waves to worry about. Athena, though, she's the one who gets under his skin from day one. She's war too, but the smart kind, all plans and precision, while Ares is the guy swinging a sword until something breaks. Brute, she calls him, her gray eyes cool and cutting, and he bristles, his temper flaring like a torch. We'll see who's better, he snarls, already itching for a fight. It's a rivalry, born the moment he steps up, a clash waiting to happen, and Ares can't wait to prove her wrong. He doesn't waste time settling in. He dives straight into his domain. War's his playground, and he's not about the fancy stuff. Strategy, honor, diplomacy? Nah. He's the blood in the dirt, the scream in the air. The moment a spear meets flesh, mortals feel him before they see him. Fields turn red, skies darken with dust, and the air thickens with the stench of iron. This is it, he laughs, wading into a skirmish just to feel the rush. His spear slashing like it's got a mind of its own. He's not there to win glory. He's there to feel it, to revel in the raw, brutal dance of destruction. The world takes notice, fast. Mortals don't pray to him for peace. They pray to keep him away, tossing offerings into fires with shaky hands. Ares, stay back, they whisper, because when he shows up, it's not a battle, it's a slaughter. He loves that fear, that edge, its power, the kind that doesn't need words or worship, just the weight of a blade. Up on Olympus, the gods watch, some with smirks, some with scowls. He's a beast, Apollo mutters, tuning his lyre to drown out the noise. He's necessary, Hera counters, her gaze fixed on her son. Necessary or not, he's here, and he's not going anywhere. So there he stands, Ares, the war god rising, born from thunder and scorn, built for battle, and nothing else. His armor's dented before he's even fought, his spear's stained before it's swung, and that grin, wide, wild, wicked, says he's just getting started. War's my game, he growls, the sound rumbling through the heavens. And I play it loud. The pantheon might not love him, the mortals might dread him, but Ares doesn't care. He's the storm they can't stop, the fury they can't tame, and he's ready to tear the world apart to prove it. Ares is stomping through the golden halls of Olympus, his armor clanking like a war drum with every step, his spear dragging a groove in the clouds because he doesn't care enough to lift it. He's the god of war now, full grown, full on, and fully aware that he's not the toast of the divine crowd. The air up here is sweet with nectar and soft with harp strings, but Ares brings the stink of sweat and iron, a walking thundercloud in a place built for light. Zeus might have sired him, Hera might claim him, but the rest of the pantheon, they'd rather see him trip off a cliff than sit at their table. Welcome to Ares, the outcast who's too loud, too rough, and too ready to prove he doesn't need their love, just their fear. Olympus is a beauty pageant of gods. Apollo strumming his lyre, Athena polishing her shield, Poseidon twirling his trident like it's a fancy cane. And then there's Ares crashing the party with a scowl and a swagger. He's not here for the chit-chat or the ambrosia. He's pacing the edges, kicking over a golden vase just to hear it shatter, grinning when the echo bounces off the marble. What's the point of this? He growls, glaring at the pristine thrones and polished floors. Give me a battlefield over this any day. The nymphs flinch, the muses sigh, and the air itself seems to tense. He's a bull in a china shop, and he loves breaking things. Zeus watches him from his throne, lightning bolt resting lazily in his lap, his expression a mix of tolerance and exhaustion. That's my boy, he mutters, half proud, half resigned, because Ares has his fire, wild, untamed, a spark that could burn the place down if he's not careful. But careful's not in Ares's vocabulary. The king of the gods doesn't coddle him. Zeus has enough kids to juggle, and this one's a handful he'd rather not wrangle. Keep him busy, he probably tells Hera, rubbing his temples as Ares slams his spear against a pillar, cracking it just for fun. He's your problem too. Hera's the exception. She's got his back, and it's not hard to see why. She's the queen of Olympus, all sharp edges and sharper grudges. And Ares is her weapon, her fist when words won't cut it. My son, she says, her voice steel, wrapped in silk, her eyes glinting as he storms past. She doesn't care that he's loud, that he's crude, She sees the power in his chaos, the strength in his snarl. They'll need you, she tells him, her crown catching the light as she nods. When the peace breaks, they'll all come running. Ares grunts, not big on sentiment, but he feels her faith like a shield at his back. The only one he's got up here. The rest of the gods? They're not buying it. Apollo's the golden boy, all sun and songs, and he looks at Ares like he's a stain on his toga. Savage, he sneers, strumming a melody to drown out the war god's racket, his nose wrinkling as Ares stomps by. Can't you do something quieter? Ares spins, spear raised, and barks, how about I shove that lyre where the sun doesn't shine? Apollo laughs, high, mocking, and keeps playing, knowing Ares won't risk Zeus's wrath. It's a jab that sticks, though, and Ares' temper flares, his fist clenching like he's imagining the bard's pretty face under it. Poseidon's no better. He's too busy ruling the seas, his trident dripping salt water as he lounges by a fountain. Stick to the dirt, nephew, he calls, waving a hand like Ares is a buzzing fly. Leave the real power to me. Ares snorts, kicking a wave back at him. Real power's in blood, not water, he snaps. And Poseidon just rolls his eyes, turning away. The sea god's got his own storms to brew. He doesn't need Ares' mess. But the dismissal stings. Another brick in the wall between Ares and the cool kids of Olympus. Then there's Athena. And oh, she's the worst. She's war too. Smart war, clean war. The kind with plans and shields and victory parades. Ares is the opposite. Dirty, loud. The guy who charges in swinging and doesn't care who falls. Brute, she says, her gray eyes slicing through him like a blade, her voice calm but cutting. War's an art. You're just a brawler. Ares bristles, his spear twitching in his grip. Art? He roars, stepping closer. I'll show you art. My fist, your face. She doesn't flinch, just adjusts her helmet and walks off, leaving him fuming. It's not just a rivalry. It's a grudge, a fire that's already burning, and he's itching to prove her wrong. The others, Artemis, Hermes, the whole shiny crew, treat him like a bad smell. He's necessary, they admit, whispering behind their hands. But does he have to be so him? Ares hears it, feels it, and doesn't give a damn. They're soft, he mutters, slamming his shield against a wall just to watch the cracks spider out. All talk, no guts. He's not wrong. They're gods of peace, of tricks, of pretty things, and he's the one who thrives when it all falls apart. But that doesn't make him welcome. It makes him the guy they call when the mess gets too big, then shove out the door when it's done. He doesn't sulk, though. Ares doesn't do sulk. He prowls, he rages, he waits for his moment. They'll see, he snarls, pacing the edge of Olympus, his spear scraping the clouds. When the swords come out, when the blood flows, they'll need me. Hera nods from her throne, the only one who believes it, her faith a quiet anchor in his storm. The rest scoff, Apollo with his tunes, Poseidon with his tides, Athena with her smug little smirk. But Ares keeps moving, his temper a live wire, his grin a promise. He's not here to fit in. He's here to break things, and he's good at it. Down below, mortals feel him already. Wars spark, shields clash, and they whisper his name with dread, not devotion. Ares is coming, they say, tossing offerings into fires to keep him at bay. He loves that, the fear, the chaos, the way they know he's out there, spear ready, armor dented before it's even struck. That's power, he laughs, the sound rolling like thunder through the mortal plains. Up on Olympus, the gods turn away, but he doesn't care. He's got Hera's nod, his own fury, and a battlefield calling his name. So here he is, Ares, the outcast of Olympus, too rough for the golden halls, too wild for the divine clique. His armor's scratched, his spears stained, and his temper's a volcano waiting to blow. They don't get it, he growls, glaring at the thrones, the lyres, the smug faces. But they will. He's not the hero, not the star. He's the storm they'll run from, the war they'll beg to stop, and he's just warming up. The Pantheon might not love him, but Ares doesn't need love. He needs a fight, and he's ready to bring it. Ares is prowling the edges of Olympus, his spear scraping the clouds, his temper simmering like a pot about to boil over. He's the outcast, the war god no one wants at their golden banquets, and he's fine with that, mostly. The clatter of his armor drowns out Apollo's lyre, and the other gods' sneers just fuel his fire. But then, like a lightning bolt through the haze, she appears, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, all curves and radiance, a vision that could stop a war or start one. Ares takes one look, and his usual snarl twists into something else. Her, he growls, blood pumping. She's mine. Trouble is, she's already taken, sort of, and that's where this gets messy, wild, and oh so Ares. Aphrodite isn't just any goddess. She's the walking definition of desire, her hair shimmering like spun gold, her laugh a melody that could melt stone. She's married to Hephaestus, the blacksmith god with a limp and a forge, a guy who's more at home with hammers than hugs. It's an arranged gig, Zeus's idea, probably to keep her in line, but Aphrodite's not the in-line type. She's fire wrapped in silk, and Ares spots her across the hall, her glow cutting through the Olympian polish like a blade through butter. What's she doing with him? He mutters, spear tapping the floor as he watches her glide past Hephaestus's soot-stained hands. His pulse kicks up, and for once, it's not about war. He doesn't waste time. Subtlety's not his thing. Hey, he barks, stepping into her path, armor clanking loud enough to turn heads. Aphrodite pauses, her eyes flicking over him, scarred, rugged, a wall of muscle, and she doesn't flinch. Ares, she says, voice smooth as honey, a smile playing on her lips. You're blocking my light. He grins, wide and wicked, leaning closer. I'll give you something better than light, he says, all bravado and no filter. It's crude, it's bold, and it works. She laughs, not the polite kind, but a real one. And that's it. He's hooked, and she's intrigued. They don't tiptoe into it. It's a collision, a storm of passion that's as reckless as Ares himself. Sneaking around Olympus isn't easy. Too many eyes, too many egos. But they make it work. Stolen moments in shadowed corners, her silk against his steel, his rough hands tangling in her hair. Your trouble, she whispers, her breath hot against his neck, and he laughs, deep and raw. You love it, he shoots back, pulling her closer. Hephaestus is off hammering away, oblivious, or so they think, and Ares revels in it, the thrill of the fight swapped for the rush of her touch. He doesn't deserve you, he growls, and she doesn't argue. It's not just lust, though there's plenty of that. It's a match of opposites that somehow fits. She's beauty, grace, the spark that lights hearts. He's brutality, chaos, the fist that breaks them. Together, they're a wildfire, unstoppable, dangerous, and way too hot to last quietly. What's a forge got on me? Ares boasts, sprawled beside her in some hidden nook, his armor dented from more than battle. Aphrodite smirks, tracing a scar on his chest. Not much, she admits, and his ego swells bigger than Olympus itself. He's not used to winning anything soft, and she's a prize he'll fight the gods for, married or not. Hephaestus isn't dumb, though. He's the craftsman, the guy who builds traps as good as weapons. He hears the whispers, catches the glances, and his forge starts glowing with more than fire. It's fury, slow and steady. They think I'm blind, he mutters, hammering out a net finer than spider silk, unbreakable as his will. He sets it up, a golden snare rigged to catch them mid-act, and waits. Ares and Aphrodite don't see it coming. They're too wrapped up, too reckless, tumbling into each other, like the world doesn't exist. The net drops, snagging them tight, and Hephaestus hauls them out, tangled and thrashing, right into the middle of Olympus. The gods gather fast. Apollo with his lyre, Poseidon dripping seawater, Athena with that smug little smirk, and the laughter hits like a tidal wave. Caught you, Hephaestus roars, his limp forgotten as he drags the net forward. Ares and Aphrodite trapped like fish in a web. Apollo doubles over, his golden laugh ringing out. Oh, this is rich, he chokes, slapping his knee. Poseidon chuckles, shaking his head. War and love, what a pair. Even Hermes zips in, grinning like a kid at a prank. Ares thrashes, his temper exploding, but the net holds. Hephaestus built it to last. Let me out, he bellows, spear useless in the tangle, while Aphrodite just sighs, caught but unshaken. The humiliation's thick. Ares, the war god, snared like a rabbit, his armor clanking as he twists. I'll rip you apart, he snarls at Hephaestus, who stands there, arms crossed, his forge hot glare saying more than words. The gods keep laughing, their voices bouncing off the marble, and Ares' face goes red, not from shame, but rage. Aphrodite, though, she's cool as ever, brushing her hair back with a trapped hand. Well, she says, loud enough to cut through the noise. At least it was fun. The crowd quiets for a second, then roars again. Her charm's a weapon, and she wields it even now. Ares doesn't care about the optics. He's not the blushing type. Worth it, he growls, locking eyes with her through the net, his grin cutting through the chaos. Hephaestus fumes. Zeus sighs. Enough, he thunders, lightning crackling, and the net finally drops, freeing them. Ares springs up, spear in hand, ready to lunge, but Hera's glare stops him cold. Not now, she hisses, and he backs off, still seething. Aphrodite smooths her dress, winks at him, and glides away like nothing happened, leaving Hephaestus to stew and the gods to gossip. The affair doesn't end there. It's too good, too raw to quit. They keep at it, net or no net, a secret that's not so secret anymore. You're crazy, she tells him, laughing as they dodge another close call, and he shrugs, pulling her in. Crazy's my thing. It's a mess. Hephaestus's pride's bruised. Olympus is buzzing, and Ares' temper's a live wire. But he loves it. The rush, the defiance, the way she matches his fire. They can laugh, he mutters, his arm around her. I've got you. And for once, it's not about war, it's about her. and he'll take the heat for it. Ares stands tall, the outcast with a prize no one saw coming, his spear propped beside him, his grin unrepentant. The gods can sneer, Hephaestus can plot, but he's got Aphrodite, or at least her spark, and that's a win he'll fight for. War's my game, he says, blood pumping as she slips away into the shadows. But this is better. The Pantheon might not love him, but Ares doesn't care. He's got chaos, he's got her, and he's just getting started. Ares is still buzzing from his tangle with Aphrodite. Net or no net, he's got her fire in his veins, and that's a win he's clutching tight. Olympus might snicker, Hephaestus might fume, but Ares is back on his turf, spear in hand, armor dented and proud. He's the war god, the brutal heartbeat of battle, and he's itching to prove it, especially to the one goddess who gets under his skin like a splinter he can't yank out. Athena's stepping into the ring, all brains and battle smarts, and this clash, it's round one of a grudge that's been simmering since he first roared into existence. Get ready, Ares is swinging, but Athena's playing a different game. The stage is set down on the mortal plains, near the walls of Troy, where men are already clashing, swords ringing, shields splintering, the air thick with dust and blood. Ares loves it. The chaos, the roar, the red haze that's his playground. He strides in, towering over the battlefield, his spear gleaming like it's thirsty. This is my kind of party, he growls, his voice rumbling over the screams, his grin wide and wild. The Trojans are his pick. He's got a soft spot for their grit, and he's ready to tip the scales, smash some Greeks, and remind everyone why he's the god of war. His temper's a live wire, his muscles coiled, and he's in his element. Then she shows up, Athena, cool as a winter breeze, her armor polished to a mirror shine, her spear resting light in her grip. She's not here for the mess. She's here for the win, backing the Greeks with that smug little smirk that drives Ares up the wall. Well, well, she says, her gray eyes locking on him, sharp as a blade. The brutes come to play. Ares snarls, his spear twitching. Play? He snaps, stomping closer, the ground shaking under his boots. I'll show you play right through your shiny helmet. She doesn't flinch, just tilts her head, like he's a kid throwing a tantrum. And that's it. The fuse is lit. He charges, all fury and force, his spear slashing through the air like a thunderbolt. You're done, wise girl, he roars, aiming for her chest, picturing that perfect armor crumpling under his blow. The Trojans cheer, their war cries spiking as their god dives in. But Athena's not some mortal grunt. She's war's other face, the one with a plan, and she moves like water around a rock. She sidesteps, smooth and quick, his spear slicing nothing but air, and Ares stumbles, caught off balance by his own momentum. Missed me, she taunts, her voice calm but cutting, and his temper explodes, hotter than Hephaestus's forge. He swings again, wild, reckless, a whirlwind of steel and rage. Stand still, he bellows, his spear slashing left, right, a blur of destruction that churns the dirt and sends Trojans ducking. Athena doesn't. She dances, her shield flicking up to deflect a blow, her spear darting out to nick his arm. It's not deep, just a scratch, but Ares roars like she's gutted him, blood trickling down his armor. You'll pay for that, he snarls, charging again, his eyes red with fury. The Greeks rally behind her. their shouts rising while the Trojans falter, sensing the shift. Ares doesn't care. He's all in, too mad to see the trap. Athena's playing him like a liar, and he's too thick to notice. She dodges another lunge, her shield snapping up to block his spear, the clang echoing over the battlefield. "You're all noise," she says, stepping back, her spear twirling like it's a toy. No finesse, no brain, just a bull in a pen. Ares growls, spit flying, and hurls himself forward, spear aimed straight for her throat. It's a killer shot, or it would be if she weren't Athena. She pivots, fast as thought, and slams her shield into his chest, the force knocking him back like a boulder rolling downhill. He hits the ground hard, armor clattering, breath punched out of him. The Trojans gasp, the Greeks cheer, and Ares scrambles up, dirt smeared across his face, his pride bleeding worse than his arm. "Stay down, brute," Athena says, her spear pointed at him, her stance unshaken. He doesn't. He's too stubborn, too furious, lunging again with a roar that shakes the walls. But she's ready. Her spear flicks out, catching his leg, tripping him mid-charge, and down he goes again, face first into the mud. The battlefield quiets for a heartbeat, then erupts. Greeks howling victory, Trojans groaning as their god flops like a fish on the shore. Ares rolls over, panting, his spear stuck in the dirt where it landed. "You. Cheating. Witch," he spits, clawing to his feet, his armor creaking like it's mocking him too. Athena doesn't even blink, just adjusts her helmet, her smirk widening. "Cheating?" she says, cool as ever. "I just fought smarter. Try it sometime." She turns, striding back to her Greeks, leaving him there, battered and fuming. The Trojans retreat, their morale cracked, while the Greeks surge. Athena's name on their lips. Ares slams his fist into the ground, splitting it open. But it's no use. She's won, and he's the fool, left in the dust. He staggers up, wiping mud from his face, his temper a volcano ready to blow. "Next time," he swears, yanking his spear free, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. "Next time, I'll crush her." The battlefield's a mess. Blood, broken shields, bodies, and he loves it. But this stings. Athena didn't just beat him. She humiliated him, turned his chaos into a joke with her calm little moves, his arms bleeding, his chest aches where her shield hit. But his pride? That's the real wound, raw and throbbing, and he's not letting it go. Up on Olympus, the gods watch. Apollo's smirking, probably tuning his lyre to a mocking ditty. Poseidon's chuckling, waves lapping at his feet. Hera's silent, her jaw tight. "She's too good," she mutters. But there's a flicker of worry. For her boy, Ares doesn't care. He's not here for their pity. He storms off, spear dragging, the Trojans' defeat ringing in his ears. "She thinks she's better," he growls, kicking a rock into the distance. "We'll see about that." He's not out. Not yet. But this round's hers, and it's eating him alive. The mortal war rages on, but Ares is already plotting. Next time, he'll hit harder, swing faster, bury her in the chaos she can't outsmart. "War's my game," he snarls, blood dripping as he stalks away. "And I don't lose twice." He's battered, he's bruised, but he's Ares, stubborn, furious, a storm that doesn't stop. Athena might have danced away with this one, but the battlefield's his, and he's coming back swinging. Ares is still smarting from his tumble, with Athena at Troy, the mud from that battlefield clinging to his pride more than his armor, his arms patched up, gods heal fast. But the sting of her shield bash and that smug little smirk are festering like an open wound. He doesn't sulk, though. Ares doesn't do sulk. He storms off the Olympian sidelines and dives headfirst into the mortal world, where wars are brewing like storms on the horizon. They can laugh, he growls, spear gleaming as he strides into the fray. This is my kingdom. And he's right. Battlefields are his throne, blood his crown, and he's about to reign with a brutality that'll make even Athena flinch. The mortal plains are alive with chaos, city-states clashing, empires crumbling, men hacking at each other with swords and screams. Ares doesn't pick sides for honor or glory. He picks them for the fight. The bigger and messier, the better. He lands in the thick of it, some dusty stretch where hoplites are bashing shields and spears are snapping like twigs. Perfect, he grins, his voice a rumble over the din, his eyes glinting red as the carnage unfolds. He's not here to strategize or save. He's here to revel, to wade through the slaughter like it's a river he was born to swim. He swings his spear like a scythe, cutting through armor, flesh, anything in his path. Come on, he roars, blood splattering his face, his laughter wild and raw. Soldiers scatter. Some cheer, some scream, but no one ignores him. He's a titan among them, towering and relentless, his armor dented from 100 blows he doesn't feel. The ground turns slick. The air chokes with dust and iron, and Ares is in his element, every clash, every cry, feeding that fire in his gut. This is war, he snarls, slamming his shield into a line of foes, sending them sprawling like broken toys. This is me. Mortals don't pray to him for victory. They pray to keep him away. Ares, spare us, they whisper, tossing goats into fires, their hands trembling as the smoke rises. He hears it, feels it, and laughs, a deep, guttural sound that rolls over the hills. That's power, he says, spear dripping as he steps over a pile of bodies. They don't love him. Good. He doesn't want love. Fear's better, sharper, a blade that cuts deeper than devotion ever could. Temples, he doesn't need them. Altars, let them burn. His worship is the chaos, the red tide that sweeps the earth when men lose their minds. Up on Olympus, the gods keep their distance. Apollo's strumming his lyre, probably writing a ditty about Ares' Troy flop, the brute who fell, or some nonsense. Poseidon's churning waves, too busy to care. Athena's polishing her spear, her gray eyes flicking to the mortal mess with a frown. She'll swoop in later, clean it up, take the glory. Let them sit, Ares mutters, kicking a helmet across the field. They're soft. War's mine. Hera's the only one watching with a nod, her steel gaze approving as her son tears through the fray. They'll need you, she'd said. And here he is, proving it one bloody swing at a time. He doesn't stop at one battle. He's a hurricane, rolling from fight to fight, leaving wreckage in his wake. A siege here, a skirmish there. City walls crumble, rivers run red, and Ares is the eye of it all, grinning like a wolf in a sheep pen. More, he bellows, spear slashing through a phalanx, his shield a battering ram that flattens anything dumb enough to stand. He's not elegant. There's no dance, no art, just raw, unrelenting force, a storm that doesn't care who's friend or foe. Soldiers on both sides quake, their war cries faltering as he cuts through, a god who's less savior, more slaughter. Aphrodite's touch lingers, though, spark in the chaos he can't shake. Between battles, he thinks of her, golden, fierce, the only thing that softens his edge, even if just for a heartbeat. She'd like this, he chuckles, wiping blood from his face, imagining her laughing at the mess. Their affair's still burning. Hephaestus's net didn't kill it, and it's a fuel that keeps him going, a fire that matches his own. You're crazy, she'd said, and he'd grinned. Crazy's my thing. It's not enough to tame him. Nothing tames Ares, but it's a thread, a pull, something that's his in a world that doesn't want him. The mortals keep fighting, and Ares keeps reigning. He's not about winning wars. He's about being war, the pulse of it, the brutal truth no one can deny. A king falls, his crown rolling in the dirt. Ares stomps it flat, laughing. A hero rises, sword raised. Ares cuts him down. No hesitation. That's how it goes, he says, spear propped on his shoulder as the battlefield smolders. He doesn't care who's left standing, as long as the fight keeps roaring. It's not glory he's after. It's the rush, the red haze, the moment when everything breaks. The gods might scoff, but they can't ignore him. Not here. He's a beast, Apollo sneers, safe in his sun chariot. But Ares hears it and grins wider. Beast beats bard, he mutters, imagining that lyre snapped over Apollo's head. Poseidon's waves don't touch this dirt. Athena's plans don't stop this flood. Ares is the war they can't control, the chaos they can't polish. Hera's pride glows, though. Her boy, her storm, tearing through the world like she always knew he would. They'll see, she'd promised, and they do, even if they hate it. Night falls, and the battlefield quiets, bodies strewn, fires flickering, the air heavy with death. Ares stands tall, spear planted in the ground, his armor a mess of dents and blood. Good day, he says, cracking his neck, the rush still pumping through him. He's not done. There's always another fight, another chance to swing, to roar, to reign. Athena's out there, probably plotting her next move, and he'll be ready. Bruised pride or not, he's not backing down. War's my throne, he growls, eyes scanning the horizon for the next clash. And I'm not sharing. The mortals huddle, whispering his name in fear. Ares, the destroyer. And he soaks it in, the only worship he needs. The gods turn away, but he doesn't care. He's got the battlefield, the blood, the brutal rain no one can take. Let them hide. He laughs, spear gleaming in the firelight. I'll keep this going. He's the storm that doesn't stop, the war that doesn't end, and he's loving every brutal second of it until Athena steps back in. Ares is still riding the high of his brutal reign, his spear dripping with the chaos of a dozen mortal wars, his armor a patchwork of dents and bloodstains he wears like medals. The battlefields are his kingdom, the screams his anthem, and he's got no plans to slow down. Not after Troy, not after anything. Athena's little victory stings, sure, but he's shoved it down deep, fueling his fury with every swing. She got lucky, he mutters, stomping through the wreckage of his latest brawl, grinning at the carnage. But luck's got nothing to do with it. Athena's back, and round two's about to knock him flat again, right where he thinks he's king. The scene's a mortal city under siege, walls crumbling, fires licking the sky. soldiers clashing in a mess of steel and sweat. Ares strides in, spear raised, his war cry shaking the stones loose. My turf, he roars, diving into the fray, his eyes glinting red as he picks the defenders. Tough, scrappy, his kind of crew. He's a whirlwind, slashing through attackers like they're wheat to his scythe, blood splattering his face like war paint. Come on, he bellows, slamming his shield into a line of foes, sending them flying. The defenders rally, their shouts spiking. He's their god, their storm, and he's loving every brutal second. Then she appears, Athena, calm as a still pond, her armor gleaming like it's never seen dirt, her spear resting light in her hand. She's backing the attackers, her gray eyes scanning the chaos with that cool, cutting focus that makes Ares' blood boil. You again, he snarls, spotting her through the dust, his spear twitching like it's alive. Round two, brute, she says, her voice steady, a smirk tugging at her lips. Let's see if you've learned anything. He doesn't think. He charges, all rage and muscle, his war cry a thunderclap that rattles the walls. I'll bury you, he roars, and the battlefield holds its breath. He swings hard, his spear a blur of steel aimed straight for her chest. Got you, he growls, picturing that perfect armor crumpling, her smirk wiped clean. But Athena's not Troy's fluke. She's a wall of smarts, moving like she's 3 steps ahead. She ducks, smooth and quick, his spear slashing air, and he stumbles, momentum throwing him off. Too slow, she taunts, her shield flicking up as he spins back, blocking his next wild swing with a clang that echoes over the screams. Ares snarls, spit flying, and hurls himself at her again, his temper a volcano erupting hotter than ever. She's playing him, again, and he's too blind with fury to see it. He slashes left, right, a storm of blows that churn the dirt and send soldiers scattering, but Athena dances through it, her spear darting out to nick his thigh. That's for Troy, she says, cool as ice, and he roars, blood trickling down his leg. You'll bleed for that, he snaps, charging like a bull, his shield raised to smash her flat. She sidesteps, effortless, and trips him with a flick of her spear. His own trick from Troy turned against him. He crashes down, face first into the rubble, armor clattering like a dropped pot. The attackers cheer, the defenders falter, and Ares scrambles up, dirt caked on his snarl, his pride shredded worse than his leg. Stay down, Athena says, her spear tip hovering at his throat, her stance unshaken. He doesn't. He's Ares, too stubborn, too mad, lunging up with a roar that splits the air. She's ready. Her shield slams into his chest, knocking the wind out of him, and her spear pins his arm to the ground, twisting it just enough to make him howl. You're all noise, she says, stepping over him like he's a puddle, her voice calm but sharp. No brains, no chance. The city's gates buckle, the attackers swarm, and Ares is left sprawled, spear stuck where it fell, his breath ragged. Cheater, he spits, yanking his arm free, blood and dirt mixing as he staggers up. Athena doesn't look back. She's already with her troops, directing them with that quiet command. He can't touch. The defenders collapse, their war cries dying as the walls fall, and Ares slams his fist into the ground, cracking it wide. Next time, he bellows, his voice a raw, furious echo. But it's empty. She's gone, the victory hers, and he's the fool again. His temper explodes. Earth shakes, fires flare, Mortals scatter like ants from a kicked nest. She thinks she's better? He roars, kicking a shield so hard it sails into the burning city. He's a mess. Leg bleeding, chest bruised, pride a gaping wound. But he's not broken. Not yet. I'm war, he snarls, grabbing his spear, the weight of it grounding him as he staggers through the wreckage. The attackers chant Athena's name, the defenders whimper, and Ares glares at the sky, his fists clenched like he'd punch Olympus itself if he could reach it. Up there, the gods watch, Apollo's smirking, probably tuning his lyre to Ode to the Brute's Fall, Part 2. Poseidon chuckles, waves lapping at his feet. He never learns. Hera's silent, her jaw tight, her faith in her boy flickering but not out. She's too clever, she mutters, gripping her throne. But Ares doesn't hear. He's too busy raging, too deep in his own storm. Aphrodite's up there too, her golden eyes soft for a second. My wild one, she whispers. But even her fire can't pull him out of this. Athena's his kryptonite, and he's too thick to figure out why. He doesn't retreat. Not really. Just stomps off, spear dragging. The city's ruin a backdrop to his fury. She's not better, he growls, blood dripping as he kicks through the ashes. She's just tricky. It's a weak excuse, and he knows it. Athena didn't trick him. She outplayed him, turned his chaos into her chessboard. His reign's still brutal, still his. But this loss cuts deeper than Troy. Twice now, she's left him in the dirt, and it's gnawing at him like a wolf on a bone. War's mine, he swears, his voice low, dangerous, and I'll prove it. The mortal fight fades, the fires die, and Ares stands alone, a battered giant in a broken field. Next time, he repeats, a mantra to keep the rage alive, his spear gleaming in the dying light. He's not out, not Ares, not ever, but Athena's shadow looms, a challenge he can't shake. I'll crush her, he vows, limping off, the ground trembling under his boots. He's the storm, the war god, the brute who doesn't quit, and he's coming back, bloody and unbowed, for round 3. Ares stands amidst the smoldering ruins of that last battlefield, his spear planted in the dirt, his armor a mess of dents and blood, some his, most not. Athena's latest wind still burns, her spear's sting in his arm, a fresh bruise on his pride. But he's not crumpled, not yet. The city's ashes swirl around him, the echoes of her victory chants fading into the wind, and he wipes the grime from his face with a snarl. She thinks she's won, he growls, his voice a low rumble over the crackling fires. But Ares isn't built to break. He's the storm that keeps raging, the war that never quits, and he's ready to roar through it all, beaten but unbroken. He limps off that field, spear dragging a jagged line behind him, his temper a live wire, sparking with every step. Athena's outsmarted him twice. Troy, now this, and it's a wound deeper than any blade could cut. Tricky little owl, he mutters, kicking a shattered shield into the dust, imagining her smug face under his boot. But he doesn't wallow. Ares doesn't do wallow. He's the god of war's brutal heart, the chaos that thrives when everything else falls apart. And he's got no time for self-pity. War's mine, he snarls, hefting his spear, and I don't need their cheers to prove it. Up on Olympus, the gods watch him limp back into the fray of existence. Apollo's probably strumming a tune, the brutes lament, take 2, his golden laugh drifting down like salt in the wound. Poseidon's lounging by his waves, smirking. He's all splash, no depth. Athena's polishing her spear, her gray eyes cool and victorious, not even glancing his way. She's done with him, for now. Hera's the outlier, her steel gaze fixed on her son, her jaw tight but proud. He's still mine, she says, voice low, her faith unshaken even as the others scoff. Ares doesn't hear it. He doesn't need to. He's got his own fire, and it's burning hot. Aphrodite's there too, her golden glow a flicker of warmth in the cold Olympian air. My wild one, she murmurs, her eyes soft as she watches him stomp through the mortal mess. Their affair's still alive. Hephaestus's net couldn't kill it. And it's a flame that cuts through his storm, a spark he clings to when the blood dries. You're crazy, she'd laughed, and he'd grinned. Crazy's my thing. She doesn't soften him. Nothing does. But she's his, a prize no battlefield can match. And that's enough to keep him swinging. Worth every laugh, he thinks, a crooked grin tugging at his lips as he imagines her wink. The mortal world keeps spinning, and Ares keeps tearing through it. Battlefields call him. Wars big and small, from city sieges to border scraps. And he answers every time. Spear first, no questions asked. This is home, he growls, wading into a fresh clash, his war cry shattering the air like glass. Blood flies, shields splinter, and he's a titan again. Tall, fierce, unstoppable in the red haze. He doesn't care who wins or loses. He's not Athena with her plans and parades. He's the fight itself, the crunch of bone, the rush of chaos, and he revels in it. Every brutal swing a hymn to his name. Mortals don't love him. They fear him, and that's how he likes it. Ares, stay away, they pray, tossing offerings into fires. Their voices trembling as the smoke rises. He hears it, feels it, and laughs. A deep, guttural sound that rolls over the plains. That's my crown, he says, spear dripping as he steps over the fallen. Temples? He doesn't need them. Glory? Let Athena have it. His power's in the dread, the way they whisper his name like a curse, the way they know he's out there, a storm they can't stop. Fear beats worship any day, he mutters. And he's right. It's raw, it's real, and it's his. Athena's shadow lingers, though, a thorn he can't pull out. She's beaten him twice, turned his fury into her footnote, and it gnaws at him like a dog on a bone. Next time, he swears, every clash a rehearsal for round 3, his spear swinging with her face in mind. He's too stubborn to learn, too wild to change. Her smarts might outmatch his strength, but his chaos doesn't bend. She's not war, he growls, slamming his shield into a mortal line. I am. It's a grudge that'll burn forever, a rivalry that defines him as much as it fuels him. But he's not bowing. Not to her, not to anyone. The gods might not love him. Apollo's too pretty, Poseidon's too wet, Athena's too perfect, but they can't erase him. He's necessary, they admit, whispering behind their thrones. And Ares grins, blood on his teeth. Damn right, he says, kicking a rock across a battlefield. He's the brute they call when the mess gets too big, the storm they unleash when peace fails. Hera's faith holds. They'll see, she'd promised, and they do, even if they hate it. Aphrodite's fire keeps him warm, a secret strength in his wild heart, and that's more than enough. Time rolls on, wars flare and fade, and Ares stands tall, battered, bloody, but unbowed, his armor's a wreck, his spears notched. But he's still here, still swinging, still the god who thrives in the clash. I'm war, he growls, planting his spears in the dirt, his voice a thunderclap that echoes through the ages. He's not the hero, never was, never will be, but he's the pulse of every fight, the roar of every battlefield, the chaos no one can tame. And war doesn't stop, he adds, his grin wide and wicked, a promise carved in every scar. The mortal plains stretch out, scarred by his reign, cities rise and fall, blood stains the earth, and his name lingers in the wind. Athena might claim the victories, Apollo the songs, but Ares owns the raw, brutal truth of war, and he wears it like a king. Let them laugh, he says, spear gleaming in the firelight. I'll keep this going. He's the storm that doesn't die, the fury that doesn't fade, and he's eternal, not because he's loved, but because he's feared, felt, fought. In the end, Ares is Ares, unbroken, untamed, a force that crashes through the pantheon and the world below. Aphrodite's his flame, Athena's his foil, but the battlefield's his soul, and he'll never leave it. The gods scoff, mortals tremble, and he stands there, spear in hand, blood on his grin, ready for the next fight, because that's who he is. War's my game, he laughs, the sound rolling like thunder, and I play it forever. The storm rages on, and Ares rages with it, eternal, relentless, the brutal god who never quits. Story: Poseidon versus Athena, the battle for Athens. Let's dive headfirst into the roaring, salty world of Poseidon, the god who doesn't just rule the seas, he owns them. Picture this. The universe is fresh off the titanomachy, that epic 10-year brawl where Zeus and his siblings took down their titan parents and claimed the cosmos for themselves. The dust, or maybe the sea foam, has barely settled, and the big three brothers are carving up their domains like kids splitting a pizza. Zeus, the golden boy, snags the sky, twirling his lightning bolt like he's already king of the hill. Hades, the moody one, gets stuck with the underworld, probably muttering about how he drew the short straw. And Poseidon? He plants his trident in the ground, or rather the waves, and declares the oceans his kingdom. This is mine, he growls, voice rumbling like a tidal wave. And I'm not sharing. Poseidon isn't just some sidekick in this godly trio. He's a force of nature, a powerhouse with a temper that could sink ships, and a competitive streak wider than the Mediterranean. Imagine him standing there, towering and rugged, his beard dripping with salt water, his eyes glinting like the deep blue sea on a stormy day. That trident of his isn't just a fancy fork. It's a weapon that can split the earth, stir the tides, and make mortals tremble. He's not here to play nice or take orders. He's here to rule, and he's got the muscle to back it up. The oceans stretch out before him, endless and wild, a playground for a god who loves power as much as he loves chaos. But let's back up a bit. How did Poseidon even get here? Born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea, he's one of 6 siblings who spent their early days in a pretty grim situation, inside their dad's stomach. Cronus, paranoid about a prophecy that one of his kids would overthrow him, swallowed each of them whole: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, until Zeus pulled off the ultimate rescue with a rock and a nasty potion. Poseidon emerged from that ordeal soaked in grit and fury, ready to fight. When the titanomachy kicked off, he was right there beside Zeus, swinging his trident like a champ, cracking Titan skulls and shaking the earth. 10 years of war later, the Titans were toast, locked in Tartarus, and Poseidon had earned his stripes. He wasn't just a survivor, he was a warrior, a god who'd clawed his way to the top. Now, with the Titans out of the picture, Poseidon's ready to flex. The sea's his domain, sure, but it's more than just water. It's power, raw and untamed. He's not content to sit back and let the waves lap at the shore. He's churning them into storms, conjuring whirlpools, and crafting creatures like the hippocampus, half horse, half fish, to patrol his watery turf. And horses. Oh, he's got a soft spot for those. Legend says he created them, molding their sleek forms from sea foam and giving them speed to match his own restless energy. He's the god of earthquakes, too. When he's mad, the ground trembles, reminding everyone that his reach goes beyond the coastlines. Poseidon's not subtle. He's a walking, talking, natural disaster, and he loves it that way. But here's where things get interesting. Poseidon's not just a sea god. He's ambitious. The oceans are vast, sure, but they're not enough for a guy who's always measuring himself against the Zeus. Big Brother might have the sky and the fancy throne on Mount Olympus, but Poseidon's not about to let him hog all the glory. He's got his own kingdom, his own rules, and a chip on his shoulder that's heavier than a sunken galleon. Why should Zeus get all the praise? He probably grumbles, kicking a wave into a frothy tantrum. I'm just as big a deal. That competitive fire burns hot, and it's about to ignite something big, something land-based, something that'll put him toe-to-toe with another Olympian heavyweight. Enter Athens. It's a shiny new city, perched on the edge of the Greek world, buzzing with potential. The mortals there are thriving, fishing, trading, building, and they need a patron god to call their own. Poseidon spots it from his watery perch and thinks, perfect, a little coastal gem to slap my name on. He's not wrong to want it. Athens is close to the sea, a natural fit for a god who rules the waves. Plus, it's a chance to stick it to Zeus, to prove he's not just the other brother. He imagines temples in his honor, ships sailing under his banner, mortals chanting, Poseidon, Lord of the Deep. It's a power move, a land grab, a way to flex his trident on dry ground. I've got this, he tells himself, already picturing the victory party. But Poseidon's not the only one with his eye on Athens. There's another player in this game, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, Zeus's brainy daughter, who popped out of his head fully armed and ready to roll. She's not loud like Poseidon, not flashy, but she's sharp, dangerously sharp, and she's got her own plans for the city. Poseidon doesn't see her as a threat yet. He's too busy sizing up the prize. What's she gonna do? Outsmart the sea? He scoffs, twirling his trident like it's a done deal. Oh, buddy, you have no idea what's coming. The stage is set. Poseidon's stepping up, ready to claim Athens as his own, fueled by that mix of pride, power, and a need to prove himself. He's not just the god of the oceans anymore. He's a contender, a rival, a force ready to shake the earth and flood the competition. The mortals of Athens are watching, waiting to see who'll win their loyalty. Poseidon's got the strength, the swagger, the sheer oomph to make a splash. But this isn't a solo act. It's a showdown, and he's about to crash headlong into Athena's cool, calculated game. Poseidon's in his element, literally, trident raised, temper simmering, ambition roaring louder than a hurricane. He's the sea god, the earth shaker, the horse whisperer, and he's not backing down. Athens is his shot, his moment, his chance to shine brighter than Zeus's lightning. Poseidon's got his sights locked on Athens, his trident practically humming with anticipation, the sea gods standing at the edge of his watery domain, waves crashing around him like a hype crew, his beard dripping salt water as he stares at that shiny coastal city. He's not just the lord of the oceans anymore. He's ready to plant his flag on land, to claim a piece of the mortal world, and show Zeus he's not the only big shot in the family. Athens is mine, he mutters, gripping his trident like it's a ticket to glory. But there's a storm brewing on the horizon, and it's not one of his making. Enter Athena, and oh boy, this rivalry's about to catch fire, or maybe flood the place. Either way, it's on. Let's set the scene. Poseidon's been riding high since the titanomachy, ruling the seas with a temper that could flip a fleet and a competitive edge sharper than a coral reef. He's not just Zeus's brother. He's his equal, or at least that's how he sees it. Zeus might have the sky and the fancy throne on Olympus, but Poseidon's got the oceans, the earthquakes, the horses, everything wild and untamed. Athens, though, that's a prize worth fighting for. It's not just a city, it's a statement, a chance to flex his power beyond the waves, to prove he's more than the guy who makes sailors pray. He's imagining statues of himself towering over the Acropolis, ships sailing under his name, mortals chanting his praises. Poseidon, king of the coast. He dreams, already tasting the victory. But Poseidon's not the only one with a vision. Athena's in the mix, and she's not here to mess around. She's Zeus's daughter, born from his skull after he had a splitting headache, literally, and she's got brains and battle skills that could outmatch anyone. Picture her, calm, poised, armor gleaming, with those piercing gray eyes that see right through you. She's the goddess of wisdom and war, a combo that's as deadly as it is dazzling. Athens catches her eye too, not for the glory, but for the potential. She sees a city of thinkers, warriors, a hub of culture and strength. This place needs me, she thinks, spear in hand, already plotting her move. Poseidon might be loud, but Athena's quiet confidence is a whole different beast. The mortals of Athens are caught in the middle, watching these two Olympians circle their city like sharks around a shipwreck. They're thriving, fishing the seas, trading goods, building homes. But they need a patron, a god to guide them, protect them, put their name on the map. Poseidon's a natural pick. The city's right by the water. His domain's just a splash away. Athena, though, she's got an edge they can't ignore. Smarts, strategy, the kind of leadership that builds empires. The Athenians decide to settle it the old-fashioned way. A contest. Show us what you've got, they say, and the best gift wins. Poseidon's grinning, trident twirling. Piece of cake, he boasts. Athena just nods, her mind already 3 steps ahead. This isn't just a friendly wager. It's a clash of titans, a showdown between raw power and razor-sharp intellect. Poseidon's got that sea god swagger, the kind that says, I don't lose. He's used to commanding the waves, shaking the earth, bending nature to his will. Athena's a different story. She's not about brute force. She's about finesse, precision, outthinking her opponent before they even know they're playing. Poseidon doesn't see her as a real threat yet. What's she gonna do? Talk me to death, he chuckles, kicking a wave into a frothy tantrum. Oh, buddy, you're in for a wake-up call. The rivalry's been simmering for a while. Poseidon's always had a thing about Zeus. Big Brother gets the sky, the lightning, the top spot, while he's out here wrestling storms and sea monsters. It's not jealousy, exactly. It's pride, a need to prove he's just as mighty, just as worthy. Athena's a new wrinkle in that dynamic. She's Zeus's kid, sure, but she's not coasting on daddy's name. She's earning her own rep, and that stings. Poseidon's not about to let some brainy upstart steal his thunder or his city. I've got the power, he tells himself, and power wins every time. Athena's watching, silent, her spear resting lightly in her grip. She knows power's only half the game. The Athenians set the stage, a showdown on the Acropolis, the rocky heart of their city. Poseidon's striding in like he owns the place, trident gleaming in the sunlight, waves lapping at the shore below as if they're cheering him on. His temper's simmering, but he's keeping it in check. For now, he's got a plan, something big, something splashy, something that'll make the mortals drop their jaws and pledge their loyalty. They'll see, he mutters. I'm not just a sea god, I'm the god. Athena's there too, standing tall, her owl perched nearby, those gray eyes scanning the crowd. She's not rattled by Poseidon's bluster. She's ready to play her hand, and it's a good one. This contest isn't just about Athens, it's personal. For Poseidon, it's a chance to step out of Zeus's shadow, to show the pantheon he's not second fiddle. He's been itching for a win, a moment to flex that trident on land and sea alike. Losing's not an option. His pride won't let it be. Athena's got her own stakes. She's young, ambitious, determined to carve her name into the world. She doesn't need to prove anything to Zeus. She's proving it to herself and to anyone who doubts her. The air's thick with tension, the kind that crackles before a storm or an earthquake. Poseidon's ready to make waves. Athena's ready to rewrite the rules. The mortals are buzzing, whispering among themselves. Poseidon's got the sea on his side, one says, eyeing the horizon. But Athena's clever, another counters, and clever lasts. They're not wrong. Poseidon's got the muscle, the raw energy to shake the game up. But Athena's got the mind to turn it inside out. The sea god doesn't care about their chatter. He's too busy sizing up the Acropolis, plotting his move. I'll give them something they can't refuse, he thinks, already imagining the cheers. Athena's watching him, a faint smile tugging at her lips. She knows he's coming in hot, and she's ready to cool him off. So, here we are. The rivalry's ignited, the stakes are sky high, and Athens hangs in the balance. Poseidon's stepping up, trident raised, temper flaring, ready to claim his prize with all the fury of the deep. Athena's right there, calm as a still pond, her wisdom a weapon sharper than any blade. The contest is set, the players are primed, and the Acropolis is about to become ground zero for a battle of gods. The Acropolis looms high above Athens, a rocky throne overlooking the bustling city below, and Poseidon's murmur, ready to make it his stage. The sea god strides up the slope, trident gleaming in the midday sun, waves crashing in the distance like they're rooting for him. His beard's dripping with salt water, his eyes are stormy, and that competitive fire's burning hotter than ever. He's not just here to win, he's here to dominate, to show Athena, Zeus, and every mortal watching that he's the god who gets things done. The air's thick with anticipation. The Athenians gathered in a nervous huddle, and Athena's standing off to the side, cool as a sea breeze, waiting her turn. Poseidon doesn't even glance her way. This is my moment, he growls, planting his feet like he's claiming the rock itself. The rules are simple. Each god gets one shot to offer a gift, something so impressive the Athenians can't say no. Poseidon's been mulling this over since he first set his sights on the city. He's the god of the sea, sure, but he's also the earth shaker, the horse maker, a powerhouse with a resume that spans oceans and plains. He's not about to waste this on something small. Athens deserves a spectacle, and he's got just the thing. They want water, he thinks, smirking to himself. I'll give them water they'll never forget. His trident's practically buzzing with energy, and his temper's simmering just below the surface, ready to erupt into something big. He steps forward, raising his trident high, letting the crowd soak in the sight. The Athenians are wide-eyed, whispering among themselves, some in awe, some in fear. Poseidon's not subtle. He's a walking tidal wave, and they know it. Watch this, he booms, voice echoing off the rocks, like thunder over the sea. With a dramatic swing, he slams the trident into the Acropolis, the three prongs biting deep into the stone. The ground shakes, because of course it does. He's the earthquake god, and a crack splits the rock wide open. The crowd gasps, stumbling back as the earth rumbles beneath their feet. Poseidon stands tall, chest puffed out, waiting for the payoff. And there it is. Water bursts from the fissure, a geyser shooting up like a victory flag. It's a spring, fresh and sparkling, at least at first glance, pouring out of the rock with a force that matches Poseidon's swagger. Behold, he roars, arms wide. A gift from the sea god, water to drink, to trade, to live by. The Athenians cheer, caught up in the moment. It's dramatic. It's bold. It's everything you'd expect from a god who rules the deep. Poseidon's grinning now, soaking in the applause, already picturing temples in his honor, ships sailing under his name. Poseidonia, he's probably calling it in his head. Beat that Athena, he mutters under his breath, shooting her a smug glance. But then the cheers falter. The crowd edges closer to the spring, dipping hands and cups into the flow. A fisherman takes a sip, spits it out, and grimaces. It's salty, he yells, wiping his mouth. Murmurs ripple through the group. Another tastes it, then another, and the verdict's unanimous. This isn't fresh water. It's seawater, briny and useless for drinking or farming. The Athenians aren't sailors looking for a bath. They're a city that needs sustenance, crops, something practical. Poseidon's spring might be a showstopper, but it's a bust. The cheers turn to groans, and the sea god's grin fades faster than a wave on the shore. What's the problem? Poseidon snaps, stomping over to the spring. He dips a finger in, tastes it, and his face twists. Sure, it's water from his domain. Salty, wild, untamed. But he figured they'd adapt. Maybe build a salt empire or something. It's fine, he insists, voice rising. You can use it for, fish, or trade, or something. The Athenians aren't buying it. They're not here for a saltwater pool. They need a lifeline, not a liability. Poseidon's temper flares, his fists clenching around the trident. Ungrateful mortals, he mutters, kicking a rock into the spring. He's not used to being second-guessed. He's the god who makes waves. not flops. Athena's watching all this unfold, her gray eyes sharp, her expression unreadable. She hasn't said a word, hasn't moved, just stands there, with her spear resting lightly in her hand and that owl perched on her shoulder, blinking like it knows something Poseidon doesn't. She's letting him dig his own hole, or drown in his own spring. Really. And it's working. The crowd's shifting, their excitement souring into disappointment. Poseidon's gift is a dud, a flashy misfire, and he knows it. His pride's taking a hit, and that temper's bubbling up like a geyser of its own. They'll see, he growls, glaring at the muttering Athenians. They just don't get it yet. This isn't just a stumble. It's a crack in Poseidon's plan. He came in hot, banking on his raw power to seal the deal, but he didn't think it through. Water's great, sure, but salt water in a city that needs to grow crops and quench thirst? It's like giving a fisherman a net full of holes. His competitive streak pushed him to go big, to make a splash, literally, but he forgot the mortals aren't sea creatures. They're land dwellers, practical folks who need more than a salty gimmick. Poseidon's not out yet, but he's floundering, and Athena's about to step into the spotlight. The sea god paces, trident still planted in the rock, the spring gurgling mockingly behind him. He's not ready to admit defeat. Poseidon doesn't do defeat. But the vibe's shifting, and he can feel it. The Athenians are looking at him differently now, their awe tinged with doubt. They'll come around, he tells himself, brushing off the setback. It's a spring from a god. How can they not love it? But deep down, that pride's stinging, and his temper's itching to lash out. He shoots another glance at Athena, who's still silent, still waiting. Your move, wise girl, he thinks, jaw tight. He's not worried, yet, but he's definitely not as cocky as he was 5 minutes ago. The Acropolis falls quiet, the spring's salty trickle, the only sound cutting through the tension. Poseidon's made his play, and it's a miss, a big, briny miss. He's still the god of the sea, still a force to be reckoned with, but this round, it's slipping through his fingers like water through a sieve. Athena's up next, and the stakes just got higher. Poseidon's not backing down. He's too stubborn for that. But he's starting to realize this contest isn't the cakewalk he thought it'd be. The sea gods splashed big, and now it's time to see if Athena can sink him. The Acropolis is still buzzing with the aftermath of Poseidon's salty flop. His spring gurgles away, a mocking reminder of his misstep, while the Athenians murmur among themselves, their disappointment hanging in the air like a damp fog. Poseidon's pacing near the edge, trident in hand, his temper simmering just below the surface. He's not ready to call it quits. Gods don't quit. But that smug grin he walked in with is long gone. The sea god's pride took a hit, and he's glaring at the crowd like they're the ones who messed up. Ungrateful landlubbers, he mutters, kicking a pebble into his useless spring. Then Athena steps forward, and everything shifts. She's a stark contrast to Poseidon's bluster, calm, collected, her armor gleaming softly in the sunlight. No earthquakes, no booming voice, just a quiet presence that commands attention without trying. Her spear rests lightly in one hand, her owl perched on her shoulder, blinking those wise little eyes like it's in on the plan. The Athenians turn to her, curious but wary after Poseidon's letdown. Athena doesn't rush, doesn't swagger. She just walks to the center of the Acropolis, her gray eyes scanning the rock and the people with a clarity that cuts through the tension. Poseidon snorts, crossing his arms. What's she got? A lecture? He thinks, still stinging from his own fumble. Athena doesn't waste time on theatrics. She raises her spear, not to strike, but to plant it gently into the soil at her feet. The crowd leans in, holding their breath. There's no rumble, no geyser, just a faint rustle as the earth responds. Then, from the spot where her spear touched down, a shoot breaks through, a green sprig pushing up through the dirt, unfurling into branches, leaves, and finally, fruit. An olive tree stands before them, sturdy and simple, its silvery leaves glinting in the sun, its dark olives dangling like tiny promises. The Athenians blink, then gasp, then cheer, the sound swelling into a roar that echoes off the rocks. Look at this, Athena says, her voice steady and clear, cutting through the noise without shouting. An olive tree, food to sustain you, oil to trade, wood to build, a gift that grows with you for generations. She steps back, letting the tree speak for itself. It's not flashy like Poseidon's spring, no explosions, no drama, but it's brilliant in its simplicity. The Athenians swarm forward, touching the leaves, plucking an olive to taste. It's earthy, rich, a flavor that promises prosperity. Farmers nod, merchants grin, craftsmen eye the wood. This isn't just a gift, it's a game changer, a lifeline for a city on the rise. Poseidon's jaw tightens, his trident digging into the ground as he watches the crowd lose their minds over a plant. An olive tree? He scoffs, loud enough for everyone to hear. That's it? Lame. But his bravado's hollow, and he knows it. The Athenians aren't cheering for lame. They're cheering for smart, for practical, for something they can actually use. His salty spring looks like a kiddie pool next to this, a one-trick wonder that's already fizzled out. Athena's not even glancing his way. She's letting her work do the talking, and it's speaking volumes. The sea god's temper flares, his fists clenching. They're falling for this, he growls. But the tide's turning, and it's not in his favor. The genius of Athena's move isn't just the tree, it's what it means. Olives are gold and grease, food for the table, oil for lamps and trade, wood for tools and homes. It's not a quick fix like water, it's a legacy, a resource that'll feed Athens for years, decades, centuries. Poseidon went big, aiming to dazzle with raw power, but Athena went deep, tapping into what the city truly needs. She's not shaking the earth or flooding the plains. She's planting roots, building a future. The Athenians see it, feel it, and they're hooked. This is our god, one whispers, and the murmur spreads like wildfire. Poseidon's not blind to the shift. He stomps over to the tree, towering over it like he's about to rip it out of the ground. What's this supposed to do, huh? He snaps, waving a hand at the branches. Feed a few birds. My spring's got power. This is just a stick. A few mortals flinch, but Athena doesn't budge. She meets his glare with those steady gray eyes, unflinching, unshaken. It's not about power alone, she says, calm as ever. It's about purpose. The words hit like a quiet thunderclap, not loud, but heavy. Poseidon's mouth opens, then shuts, his retort dying in his throat. He's not used to being out-talked, let alone out-thought. The crowd's fully on Athena's side now, their cheers drowning out the gurgle of Poseidon's spring. They're not just impressed, they're inspired. This isn't a god who'll shake their homes or flood their fields. This is a god who'll grow with them, fight for them, think for them. Poseidon's gift was a flex, a show of might that missed the mark. Athena's is a promise, a partnership, and it's resonating deep. The sea god's pacing again, his trident dragging a groove in the rock, his temper boiling over. They don't get it, he mutters, but the truth's sinking in. They do get it, and they're choosing her. He can't let it go, though. Poseidon's pride won't let him. You think this beats me? He bellows, turning to the crowd. I'm the sea, the earth shaker. I made horses? For crying out loud. A few Athenians nod, remembering his wild creations, but it's not enough. The olive tree's roots are already deeper than his words, and Athena's standing there, serene, letting the contrast do the work. She's not gloating. She doesn't need to. Her victory's in the silence, in the way the mortals look at her now, like she's one of them, not just above them. Poseidon's not out of the fight yet. He's too stubborn, too fierce. But this round's slipping away. His spring's still trickling, salty and ignored, while Athena's tree stands tall, a quiet giant in the making. The Acropolis feels different now, the air charged with a new energy. Poseidon's power is undeniable, a force that could drown the world if he wanted. But Athena's wisdom is unshakable, a strength that builds instead of breaks. He's glaring at her, at the tree, at the cheering crowd, his temper a storm ready to burst. This isn't over, he thinks, gripping his trident tighter. But for now, Athena's stolen the spotlight, and she's not giving it back. The Athenians are whispering her name now. Athena, Athena. A chant that's soft at first, then louder, a wave of its own. Poseidon's splash was big, bold, and briny. Athena's move was small, smart, and unstoppable. The sea god's not used to losing, and it's eating at him, gnawing at that pride he wears like armor. The contest isn't officially over yet. The mortals still have to decide, but the writing's on the rock, and it's not in Poseidon's favor. Athena's changed the game, and the Acropolis will never be the same. The Acropolis is buzzing, the air thick with the scent of olives and the echo of cheers. Athena's tree stands proud, its silvery leaves catching the sunlight, a quiet monument to her victory. The Athenians are all in, touching the branches, tasting the fruit, already dreaming of the oil and wealth it'll bring. Poseidon's spring, meanwhile, trickles on, salty and forgotten, a puddle of his bruised pride. The sea god's pacing at the edge of the rock, trident clutched tight, his temper boiling over like a storm on the horizon. Athena's standing calm and composed, her spear resting lightly by her side, her owl blinking as if to say, "Told you so." The mortals haven't made it official yet, but the vibe's clear. Athens is hers, and Poseidon's not taking it well. The Athenians gather, their voices rising as they debate. Athena's gift is perfect, a farmer says, holding an olive like it's gold. We can eat, trade, build. This is what we need. A merchant nods, eyes gleaming. Oil's worth more than salt water any day. A fisherman hesitates, glancing at Poseidon's spring. The sea god's strong, though. Don't we need him too? But the tide's turned, literally and figuratively, and the crowd's chanting Athena's name, soft at first, then loud enough to shake the air. They don't just want her gift. They want her. Poseidon's jaw clenches, his knuckles whitening around his trident. This is it, he snarls. They're picking a tree over me? The decision comes fast. An elder steps forward, weathered hands raised to quiet the crowd. Athena's our patron, he declares, voice firm. This city is Athens, named for her wisdom. The cheers erupt again, a wave of sound that crashes over Poseidon like a slap. He freezes, staring at the elder, then at the tree, then at Athena, who meets his glare with that unshakable calm. Athens, he mutters, the word bitter on his tongue. Not Poseidonia, not his city, hers. His pride's not just stung, it's shredded, and that temper he's famous for is about to blow the roof off this contest, or at least flood it. Poseidon doesn't do losing gracefully. He's the sea god, the earth shaker, a force of nature who bends the world to his will. Being outdone by a plant, by Zeus's brainy daughter, it's unthinkable. You'll regret this, he roars, turning to the crowd, his voice booming like a thunderclap over the waves. The Athenians flinch, some stepping back, others clutching their new olive branches like shields. He raises his trident, and the ground trembles. A warning shot, a taste of what's coming. You think you can ditch me? I'm the sea, I'm power. But the crowd's not budging. They're Team Athena now, and Poseidon's tantrum isn't changing their minds. He doesn't stop at threats. With a furious swing of his trident, he summons the sea to his side. The horizon darkens, clouds rolling in fast and heavy, the wind howling like a pack of wolves. Waves crash against the coast below, higher and wilder than ever, slamming into the shore with a vengeance. The Athenians scramble, shouting as water floods the lowlands, soaking fields and homes. Take that, Poseidon bellows, his laughter cutting through the storm. You want her? Enjoy the cleanup. It's not just a tantrum. It's a full-blown wrath fest. A reminder that he's not some god you brush off without consequences. The earth joins the chaos. Another jab of his trident, and the ground shakes again, harder this time, cracks spider-webbing through the soil, rattling the Acropolis itself. The olive tree sways but holds, its roots digging deep, a quiet defiance against Poseidon's fury. The Athenians cling to each other, some praying, others cursing the sea god's name. He's mad, a woman yells, shielding her kids from the wind. We should have picked him. But it's too late for second thoughts. Athens is Athena's, and Poseidon's, making sure they feel the cost. Athena doesn't flinch. She stands steady amidst the storm, her armor glinting through the rain, her owl huddling close, but unshaken. She doesn't fight back. Not yet, just watches Poseidon rage, letting him burn himself out. This is who he is, she thinks, her mind already spinning strategies to protect her city. She knows his temper's a wildfire, hot and fast, but it'll fade. The Athenians look to her, wide-eyed, pleading for help. She raises a hand, calm and sure, and the storm doesn't stop. But their fear eases. He'll tire, she says, voice cutting through the howl. We'll endure. It's not a promise of peace. It's a promise of strength, and they cling to it. Poseidon's not done yet. He stomps to the cliff's edge, glaring down at the churning sea, then back at the city. You think you're safe? He shouts, slamming his trident into the rock one last time. A final surge of water roars inland, a wall of foam and fury that swamps the docks, sinks a few boats, and leaves the Athenians drenched and scrambling. His spring on the Acropolis bubbles harder, salt water spilling over like a taunt. Remember me? he growls, his voice fading into the wind as he turns away, the storm still raging behind him. He's not sticking around to gloat. He's too proud for that. But he's leaving chaos in his wake. The sea god's wrath is a spectacle, a reminder of the power he wields. He's not just mad, he's scorned, a god who thrives on respect and won't let this slight slide. Athens might be Athena's, but Poseidon's making sure they'll never forget him. The floods recede slowly, the tremors fade, and the city's left battered but standing. The olive tree still sways in the wind, its leaves dripping but unbroken, a symbol of Athena's win, and a thorn in Poseidon's side. He's retreating to his waves, trident dragging, but this isn't surrender. It's a grudge, one he'll nurse every time a ship sails past his domain. Athena surveys the damage, her calm unshaken, even as the sea god's fury lingers in the air. The Athenians cluster around her, shaken but resolute. He'll calm down, she says, though her eyes stay sharp, tracking the horizon. She knows Poseidon's not gone for good. His pride's too big, his temper too wild. But she's not worried. She's got Athens now, and she'll guard it with every ounce of wisdom and war she's got. The city's hers, earned not with noise, but with news, and no amount of salt water can wash that away. Poseidon's back in his watery kingdom, the storm still rumbling faintly as he sinks into the deep. He's lost the contest, lost the city, but he's not lost his edge. They'll see, he mutters, the waves closing over him like a cloak. I'm not done. His wrath's unleashed, his points made, and Athens will feel the echoes of this day every time the sea growls. The battle's over, but the rivalry, that's just heating up. The storm's finally dying down over Athens. The waves, retreating like a sulking beast slinking back to its lair. Poseidon's wrath has left its mark. Flooded fields, cracked stones, a city dripping wet, but the olive tree still stands tall on the Acropolis, a quiet testament to Athena's win. The sea god's gone, vanished into his watery domain, his trident's echo fading with the last rumbles of thunder. Athens is hers, no question, and the Athenians are already picking up the pieces, tending to that tree like it's their new best friend. But Poseidon, he's not the type to wallow. He's licking his wounds, sure, but he's got bigger fish to fry, literally, and a legacy that stretches far beyond one lost city. Down in the deep, Poseidon's back in his element. The ocean stretches out around him, vast and wild, a kingdom that bows to his every whim. The trident's still in his grip, its prongs glinting through the dark water, and his temper's cooling, sort of. He's still muttering about those ungrateful mortals and that stupid tree, but the sting of losing Athens is fading into the background. Fine, he growls, kicking up a whirlpool just because he can. They can have their dusty rock. I've got the sea. And he's right. His domain's no consolation prize. It's a powerhouse, a realm of chaos and creation that no landlocked city can touch. Poseidon's not one to sit idle. He's a god of action, a creator as much as a destroyer, and he's got a knack for leaving his mark. Take horses, for instance, those sleek, galloping beasts that mortals can't get enough of. Legend says he sculpted them from sea foam, blending the wildness of the waves with the strength of the earth. Picture him in his underwater forge, waves crashing overhead, molding their manes and hooves, with a sculptor's focus and a god's flair. Let's see Athena top this. He probably smirked, setting the first horse loose to thunder across the plains. They're not just animals, they're his signature, a gift that echoes his power every time a chariot rolls or a rider races. Then there's the sea itself, his playground and his pride. He doesn't stop at storms and floods. Poseidon's a master of invention, dreaming up creatures to rule the deep. The hippocampus swims into being, half horse, half fish, its scales shimmering as it cuts through the currents. Perfect, he declares, watching it dart past a coral reef. Sea monsters follow, krakens with tentacles that could crush a ship, serpents that coil through the abyss, each one a testament to his wild imagination. He's not just the sea god, he's the king of everything that swims, slithers, or surges, and he's got no qualms about reminding the world of it. Back on land, the mortals might whisper Athena's name, but the sailors? They're Poseidon's people. Every ship that cuts through the waves, every fisherman casting a net. They're praying to him, tossing offerings overboard to keep his temper at bay. Don't cross the sea god, they warn, eyeing the horizon for storm clouds. He loves that. The fear, the respect, the way they know he's out there, trident ready to stir trouble. Athens might have snubbed him, but the oceans are his, and no olive tree's going to change that. They'll come crawling back, he thinks, smirking as a merchant vessel scurries past, its crew chanting his name. His rivalry with Athena lingers, though, a thorn in his side he can't quite shake. She's up there in Athens, tending her city, her tree growing taller every day, while he's down here, ruling the deep. Wisdom, huh? He mutters, flicking his trident to send a wave crashing against a cliff. I've got power. She's got tricks. It's not over between them. Not really. He's too competitive, too proud to let it slide forever. But for now, he's got other things to focus on. Shaking the earth, stirring the tides, keeping his kingdom in line. Athens was a bruise, not a knockout, and Poseidon's not about to let it define him. The earth shaker side of him doesn't sleep either. When he's in a mood, and he's often in a mood, he jabs his trident into the seabed, sending tremors rippling through the land. Coastal towns feel it, their walls cracking, their people scrambling. That's right, he chuckles, watching from below. I'm still here. It's not just petty revenge. Okay, maybe a little. It's a reminder of who he is. He's not bound by one city or one contest. His reach is everywhere the sea touches, everywhere the ground quakes. Athens might have picked Athena, but they can't escape him. His palace under the waves is a sight to behold. Coral spires, pearl-studded halls, a throne carved from the bones of some ancient beast. It's not Olympus, with its airy clouds and golden glow, but it's his, and it's fierce. He lounges there, surrounded by nymphs and sea creatures, his trident propped beside him like a scepter. Let them have their olives, he says, voice rumbling through the water. I've got this, and he does. The sea's alive with his energy, a kingdom that mirrors his wild heart. He's not brooding over Athens anymore. He's building, creating, ruling. The loss still stings, though, in quiet moments. He won't admit it, not out loud, but every now and then, he catches himself glaring toward the surface, toward that rocky city on the hill. They'll see, he repeats, a mantra to soothe his pride. He imagines a day when Athens begs for his favor, a drought maybe, when that tree isn't enough, and they come running to the sea god for help. It's a fantasy, but it keeps him going. Poseidon's not the type to dwell. He's the type to strike back, to carve his name into the world one wave at a time. Up above, Athena's city thrives, her olive tree spreading its roots, her people building a legacy of wisdom and war. Down below, Poseidon's legacy churns on, horses galloping across plains, monsters lurking in the deep, storms reminding mortals who rules the wild. He's not the patron of Athens, but he's still a god, still a force, still a name that echoes across the earth and sea. The contest might have ended, but Poseidon's story doesn't. He's too big, too brash, too alive to fade into the background. The rivalry with Athena simmers, a quiet undercurrent in his watery world. He'll never forget that day on the Acropolis, her calm, her tree, her win. But he's not letting it stop him. He's Poseidon, god of the deep, and he's got a kingdom to run, a legacy to build, a temper to unleash. Athens was a skirmish, not the war, and he's ready for whatever comes next. Trident in hand, waves at his back, and a grin that says he's still in the game. Duhoi jai, lafan seven juok, viachitiat bangting, an maivoi, jodai kwang famtrisortu, tiep noifan, six motkach, lien machva ketuk, kotruyen Poseidon vs Athena, the battle for Athens, toi giu fonkach, kechuyen kwan hut, kichtin, tem shoot hai huoxnen hang, vatuan tu chinesat YouTube. Kung ko fan keo goi kan gia o guai, chi tap trong vào loike, chi kep lai kau chuyen nahu ban yo kau. Part 7. Poseidon versus Athena. The dust settles. The waves have calmed. The earth's stopped trembling, and Athens stands firm under Athena's watchful eye. Her olive tree stretches higher on the Acropolis, its roots weaving deep into the rock, a living symbol of her victory. The city hums with life, farmers pressing oil, merchants trading, warriors training, all fueled by the quiet brilliance of her gift. Down in the deep, Poseidon's back in his watery throne room, the sea swirling around him like a restless cloak. The contest for Athens is over, the score settled, but the air between these two gods still crackles with an unspoken tension. It's not a war anymore, just a cold, salty truce, and Poseidon's ready to let it lie. For now, he's lounging on his coral throne, trident propped beside him, the faint glow of pearls lighting his rugged face. The hippocampus glides past, its horse-like snout nudging the water, and a distant kraken's tentacles ripple through the shadows. This is his world, wild, untamed, a kingdom that bends to his will without question. Athens feels like a distant memory, a blip on his radar, and he's almost over it. They can keep their dusty hill, he mutters, flicking a wave into a spiral with his finger. I've got the sea, the real prize. His voice rumbles through the water, half convincing, half defiant, like he's still talking himself into it. Up above, Athena's city thrives. The olive tree's not just a gift anymore. It's a lifeline. It's fruit feeding families. It's oil lighting lamps. It's wood shaping homes. The Athenians call her name with reverence, building temples in her honor, their prayers rising like smoke to the sky. She's not gloating. Athena doesn't gloat. But there's a quiet pride in her gray eyes as she watches over them. She won with wisdom, not force, outsmarting Poseidon in a game he didn't even know he was playing. The Acropolis stands as her trophy, a rock turned sacred by her steady hand. She's the patron they chose, the goddess they trust, and she's earned every bit of it. Poseidon's spring still trickles on that same rock, a salty afterthought no one bothers with. The Athenians don't curse him. They're too busy rebuilding after his tantrum. But they don't praise him either. He's a shadow on their coast, a rumble in their storms, a name they whisper when the waves grow restless. He's still out there, a sailor mutters, tossing a coin into the sea before setting sail. Poseidon hears it, feels it, and smirks. That's right, he thinks, leaning back in his throne. They'll never forget me. He doesn't need their city. He's got their fear, their respect, and that's enough to soothe his battered pride. The sea god's legacy stretches far beyond Athens. His horses gallop across mortal lands, their hooves pounding out his name, Poseidon, the creator, the wild one. His sea creatures rule the deep, from the shimmering hippocampus to the coiling serpents that haunt sailors' tales. The oceans churn at his command, a vast empire that no olive tree can rival. He's not just a loser in a contest. He's a god of chaos and craft, a force that shapes the world in ways Athena's quiet wisdom can't touch. She's got her little patch, he grumbles, watching a storm brew on the horizon. I've got everything else. That rivalry, though, it's not dead, just dormant. Poseidon's too competitive to let it go completely, and Athena's too sharp to forget he's out there. They don't clash anymore, not yet, but there's a mutual wariness, a nod across the pantheon that says, I see you. He'll stir a wave too close to Athens now and then, just to rattle her cage, and she'll reinforce her city's walls, a silent, try me. It's not hatred, it's respect, grudging and hard-earned. Poseidon knows she beat him fair and square, and Athena knows he's too big to ignore. They're opposites, power versus purpose, storm versus strategy, and the world's better for it. Poseidon's temper hasn't softened, mind you. He's still the hot-headed god who will sink a ship for a sideways glance or shake a coast just to stretch his legs. But losing Athens has shifted something in him. Not defeat, but focus. He's pouring that energy into his domain, crafting new beasts, stirring new storms, ruling with a fierceness that keeps the sea alive. They picked her, he muses, watching a merchant vessel dodge his waves. But they'll always need me. And they do. Every sailor, every fisherman, every soul who braves the deep knows Poseidon's out there, trident ready, temper waiting. Athena's victory isn't a slap in his face anymore. It's a footnote. She's got her city, her tree, her legacy of wisdom, and he's got his ocean, his horses, his chaos. The contest was a moment, a clash of wills, but their stories stretch far beyond it. Poseidon's not brooding over what he lost. He's reveling in what he's got. His palace hums with life. Nymphs singing, currents dancing, monsters prowling. And he's the king of it all, trident in hand, pride intact. Let her have Athens, he says, voice rumbling through the deep. I've got the world. The mortals tell the tale. Of course, Poseidon's spring, Athena's tree, the day wisdom trumped power. It's a story of gods and gifts, of a city born from a contest. But it's not the whole picture. Poseidon's not just the guy who lost. He's the god who keeps the seas alive, who gave horses their speed, who shakes the earth when he's restless. Athena's win was clean, clever, a masterstroke, But Poseidon's presence is raw, relentless, a force that doesn't fade. The Athenians might not chant his name, but the world feels his pulse every time the tide turns. The dust, or the salt water, has settled. Athens rises under Athena's care, a beacon of strategy and strength, its olive trees spreading across the hills. The sea laps at its edges, Poseidon's domain brushing against her victory, a reminder that he's never far. He's not plotting revenge, not today anyway, just ruling, creating, living with that wild energy that defines him. The contest is over, the rivalry cooled, and both gods stand tall in their own right. Athena on her rock, Poseidon in his waves. In the end, it's not about who won or lost. Athena claimed Athens with a single, perfect move, and Poseidon roared back with a legacy that spans the earth and sea. She's the mind, he's the might, and together, they balance the chaos of the pantheon. The Acropolis shines, the oceans churn, and the world spins on, shaped by a battle that was more than a contest. It was a clash of gods, a spark that lit their legends. Poseidon's trident rests quiet for now, but the sea's never still, and neither is he.